summer start for you, Jake? Does it start right now, next weekend? Is that when the summer begins?
So that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Adult?
So this is the first year I've been I guess you could call it a full-time adult.
Okay.
Not in school anymore.
Okay.
Graduated
How old
college
are you?
last year. 23.
Okay, 23.
So this is the first time I experienced a summer that I'm not coming off of school. It just feels like a normal month.
Yep.
So, but I gotta say, I think as an adult, the summer moves up to Memorial Day. You have Memorial Day weekend, that's when it starts. But I also think that kind of changes the ending of it too, because you can't have it last all summer, all August. So I think it kind of ends right around 4th of July. So Memorial Day to 4th of July, I think, is when that's the summer. Anything after the 4th, you might be off.
I don't understand what that means. How does the summer end at the 4th of July?
No, it's just like the vibe of the summer. Like the relaxing, the hanging out.
Totally disagree.
The weather is still there, but like you got to get football starting. It's time to get back to the swing of things. Well, and maybe that's part of working in sports, right? The NFL is coming back, and we start to ramp back up.
John Madden always used to say the first day of football, the 5th of July. That's when the calendar officially turns in his mind. I disagree. I don't feel the vibe go away at the end of the conclusion of 4th of July weekend. I think it goes into August. I understand if you want to chop it off before Memorial or Labor Day, but I think it goes in. I mean, my anniversary is early August, so my wife and I go somewhere. We've gone to Nantucket most years on our anniversary for like a night or two, so that's still a big part of the summer to me. So it ain't ending before that trip at least. But yeah, Memorial Day's. I'll sign up for the earlier the better for me. Just will in the good weather, the hot weather. I like hot weather. I don't mind it. You told me once you like it cold.
I love it cold.
You rather cold.
Love it cold.
I like it hot.
Today when I walked in, I bumped it down a little bit.
Okay. No, it's fine. It's hot out there, but I like hot weather. I don't mind weather. I don't mind sweating. It's fine. But I don't think the 4th of July, that's a ridiculous take to me. I don't know.
Well, it's got to be either maybe the week after the 4th. I'm not saying it's got to be the 4th of July.
What do you feel the week after the 4th? Like it's almost
my head just goes to football. It's
There's
okay,
not
now
football
it's
yet, though. It's not even training camp.
Yeah, but we're starting to get to the point where reports start coming out. It's the preseason, I guess, the training camp, like that 2-week period where everything starts to ramp back up. I'll give you the week after the 4th of July. I'm not saying the 4th of July is the definitive end date, but you got to say July 5th, the summer starts to end a little bit. Everything changes.
If you want me to say it all goes downhill after the 5th, yes, I agree. As soon as you get to the 4th, it goes and it's over. But it doesn't feel in that moment like this. I don't get the Sunday scaries or the summer scaries the night of the 4th of July. I just keep going, and I can still play golf, and I'm still warm and hot and going to the beach. That's the summer to me. All-time biggest summer song you've ever had?
It's gonna be a country song.
What jumps out on you?
Oh man, I first thought was Kenny Chesney. Kenny Chesney song, maybe. Oh man, there's so many good ones to pick from. That's hard. Got to be a country song, probably by Kenny Chesney.
Okay.
You put me on the spot.
No, I didn't mean to do that.
You're good. You're
but
good.
I have a whole on my phone. I have a whole summer CD mix. So the biggest summer song I've probably ever had.
Probably No Shoes, No Shirt, No Problem. Kenny Chesney. That's a great summer song.
No, but does it remind you of the summer? Or just because the lyrics are summery?
It reminds me of the summer.
Okay.
It has an upbeat tempo.
Okay. See, I don't have any country songs on my summer list.
Really? You have any country songs?
No, I have a country mix.
But no country songs.
Well, no, because for me, a summer song is more nostalgic. And back in the day, I didn't really listen to much country music.
Okay.
So my country song, or my summer songs, are more Kid Rock, cowboy, random. Some of them are random. You just heard it at a party or did something. I remember Rock the Party by POD. That was probably a big one summer on TRL or something. So it was just, I heard it over and over again. Big summer song. Another one that's a huge summer song that everybody laughs at. I actually had a take on it once and it wasn't good. It was a bad take, but Allen Iverson has a song.
Allen Iverson has a song?
The basketball player has a song. Really good. Called Last Night, featuring some woman, I think, named Jules. Okay? And it's the best song I've ever heard an athlete produce. And I listened to that song during the summer of whatever, 2001, so many times. It's just ingrained in I feel summer whenever that track comes on. So that's a big one for me. Waiting for Tonight, J-Lo. It's a big one. La Vida Loca. Ricky Martin, another big one for me. Feel free to chime in, Rye. Nookie. So I have a bunch. I enjoy summer. It's my type of season. I like the music. A bar song by Shabuzi is a more recent one.
Yeah, I think
I don't have as many as an adult because you're usually stressed and you can't chill like you used to. So as an adult, I don't feel the summer music as much as I used to. What do you think of that?
I mean, that's fair.
You're young.
I haven't felt that yet, but I can understand why you would feel that way.
Jake, as you get older, you'll realize life just kind of starts to mush together, and every once in a while, you'll pop your head out from the chaos around you and go, "Oh wow, is it summer already?
Well said.
I had no idea."
Yeah.
I think I was just going through now. I mean, you got to have Toby Keith on there if you're a country guy. I know
sure.
So,
well, I have a country list, a playlist. It doesn't associate with summer.
Really interesting.
No.
Okay, yeah. I think if I think of summer songs, it's got to be country music, and somewhere in that mix is Kenny Chesney, Toby Keith, even trying to think who else off the top of my head. Even Luke Combs now, like up and coming.
Yeah,
Morgan Wallen, I like, but it's too new school. Like I like the older stuff more than the newer stuff. But I just think when it comes to summer, you're thinking being out at the lake, fishing, beer, like all those summer things, being on a boat. Country music just does so well with that.
It's funny you say that because when I play golf, I like music when I play golf. I don't need it, but if it's on, I enjoy it. But I most enjoy country, golfing, playing golf. Rap is fine, rock, whatever you want, but I prefer country. So I don't know if it's something to do with being outside or
definitely
that whole vibe or whatever, but I prefer, if I'm playing golf, I prefer the country music there. Speaking of golf, just real quick, PGA Championship, just to take. Okay. I'm not here to listen to professional golfers whine and bitch and moan about the setup or the course. Okay? I don't want to hear it. They're the best golfers in the world. I don't care if the greens are the size of a pitcher's mound. Figure it out, get on the green, make a par, make a birdie. I don't care. I don't want to hear about it. I'm entertained by it. Why do I have, what is this? CTU? Do you hear that?
Yeah, I did hear that.
Like 24. I don't want to hear them complain that the pins are in tough locations and the rough is a little too long and this is a U.S. Open. I love this. I love seeing them struggle. I love a single-digit winner, -4, -6. I don't need to see the winner go -23. You guys are so good at the game. And by the way, they're spoiled too. They'll play, the rough gets trampled down because of the patrons. You have people that are looking for your ball. If you have a shot, an errant shot that goes wide, how many guys are out there looking for your ball?
You're never going to lose a ball on the tour.
Amateurs don't have that luxury. I don't want to hear it. So the course is a little hard. You are the best golfers in the world. Figure it out, deal with it, adapt, and shut your mouth. I don't want to hear it. As a competitor,
don't you want it to be difficult so it makes it harder and you can compete at a higher level and it weeds up the competition a little
Rory McIlroy talking about, if nobody can separate, that's a sign of a bad setup. Shut your mouth. I love this. Everybody's jam-packed together. At one point yesterday, it looked like somebody said, I think it was Brandel Chambly on the Golf Network, said yesterday at one point the leaderboard looked like the cast of The Departed, and then an hour later it looked like an independent film where you knew nobody.
Well, that's just it. Wasn't the turnout for this PGA Championship was like really big. I mean, there were probably over 100 golfers. I think the cut line coming out of Friday's second round was a +4, and there were a lot of people that were putting up, they were 8 strokes over, 9 strokes over. But going into it, I think it was like an even stroke cut line. So obviously Friday was like this big precipitous day where everybody fell off, Mark. And I think people are just trying to save face at this point and going, it's not me. It couldn't be
I get
me.
it. The wind is kicked up.
Course in Pennsylvania.
I love it. I don't care. I want to see you struggle. I mean, I don't want it to be insane, I guess, but I don't care. I like to watch the challenge that faces these players who are world-class, so good. I want to see them put in positions where it's hard. I want to see how their skill and talent reacts to the challenge in front of them. I don't understand why they're so against it. Everybody's playing the same course. Oh, I love it. And I love it, and I don't want to hear the complaints. This is great for golf. Typically, it's more of a U.S. Open situation, but I don't care if the PGA wants to make a comment. Enter the chat, do it. And they're doing it right now. I like it. I
think also you have to think about these golfers and how they come up as being like the number one person that they probably were in their group and getting on the tour and then being that big person and big personality that also feeds into this ego thing. Because that's what all this is just an ego thing. And I think golf needs it, by the way. This drama. I think the best time that I've had watching golf, I've only been really into the sport for the last 2 or 3 years, but when Rory won the Masters, it was the drama of him getting it and the playoff and all those things working against him. I know it's not the course related, but that drama is what makes golf great. And this is another example of that. And the golfers are going to complain about it. It just adds into it. It makes it a better topic to talk about.
I'm so disappointed that I wasn't more into the sport when Tiger Woods was atop his game. I got so into it after college, which was really at the end, Tiger Woods 08, that's when I graduated college. He just won that U.S. Open on one leg. I started to get into it. I watched that ferociously, but the whole 2000 dominant, I can't imagine somebody doing that now, knowing what I know about the game. Scotty Scheffler's had really great, output and production. But to do what Tiger did and the way he did it and the shots and the shot making and the types of things that the persona, just unfathomable at this point to think about how dominant he was at that sport. That's so hard. And I just wish that I was more into it and watched it more closely back then.
Yeah, he was the best golfer probably there ever will be. I don't know if
no question. He's not the most accomplished because Jack Nicklaus has more majors and there's reasons for that. But in terms of the physical, the best physical golfer that anybody's ever seen, I think even Jack Nicklaus would admit that he is the best. Just the way that he did the game, played the game, dominated the game, all of the above. 617-779-0985. When does summer start for you? Now I'm interested because Jake, at the end of the 4th of July weekend, starts to turn it over to fall
because it's preseason.
Yeah, it's almost.
It's not even preseason camp.
That some of the former NFL players that I've worked with in the past get the, like going back to school, you would know, like, oh man, we only got a week away. When 4th of July hit, that would be the sign for NFL players at the time. Like, summer's over. I got to get ready to go report. So there might be something to that, but
that's an NFL player, though. We're not NFL players.
No, we're not NFL players, but we
the mindset of like
cover the NFL.
Yeah, football might be starting here. For where I stand personally, I do not agree at all. I'm the last thing I want to think about is football tailgating and the leaves changing in summertime as we're getting into the 90s. I'm with you, Mark. I want it to be. We're getting into the 90s next week. I'm so excited.
Oh, give me the 90s. I want sweat. I want heat.
The studio is surprisingly comfortable today.
Well, Jake, as you said, he turned the
even before
we walked in.
I usually think this studio's comfortable.
I think it's famous for being uncomfortable. I've walked in there. I've never had a single issue, but I know we've had our HVAC issues in the past. It's nice and cool, everybody.
All right, 617-779-0985. We're going to talk a little Patriots. Another question that I want to ask, and I've struggled with this. People aren't necessarily going to like this question, but I'm curious to know your take on this, Jake, and I'll have my own. What has been a more impressive run? I'm interested in analyzing the teams. We got to figure out this phone, Rye, because I'm getting a CTU level ringer here. It's ringing.
I can't even hear it.
Yeah, okay.
I'll figure it out.
What was a more impressive run? And you're going to have to do some research on this. The Celtics from 2022, 2021 to 2026, in that range there. So the last 5 years. Or the late 90s Indiana Pacers. I want you to think about that. And the way those teams played and the way those teams lost. Who they lost to, how they lost, how they played, their star. And I'd like to have a discussion on which was a more impressive run. Just interested.
Okay, we can do that.
It could be ridiculous. It might be ridiculous.
It perhaps is.
It perhaps is ridiculous. But I'd like to talk about it just briefly, and we'll do that later. I want to talk a little bit about Drake May coming up next and the Patriots schedule because there's big thoughts on that. Mark Dondero, Jake Seymour, 98.5, the Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports.
But you can feel the sun. Doesn't that equate to being summer?
No, there are more. Well, yes, but in terms of a song, that doesn't make a song associated with the summer because, you can feel a little bit of tropical warmth or Caribbean vibe.
I'll connect the gap here, Jake. I think I understand where Mark is coming from. It's the music as, you're having fun during the summertime. It's the soundtrack
to your life.
Whatever is going on. Like,
it's not the lyrics.
When I was younger and partying more, Sean Paul was always playing wherever me and my friends were.
Thumping.
So whenever I hear Sean Paul, I always think of the summertime.
See, there you go.
Maybe if you had been listening to a little more yacht rock instead of POD and Kid Rock, which I'm not saying
no.
bad
Well,
words
back in the
about,
day, that's what I listened to. Now it's a lot of yacht rock.
Well, that's what I think.
I got a whole playlist of yacht rock.
How many playlists do you have?
How many what?
How many playlists do you have that you rotate through?
Oh, a bunch. 1, 2, 3, about 7.
Mark's a music lover.
I'm a music lover.
He really is.
1, 2, 3. I have basketball, a Cape Cod play mix, which is more yacht rock, Elton John, Christmas, country, the easy listening playlist, a hometown playlist, a tennis playlist, a Night of Dougie playlist that my friend made, a running playlist, and then the summer CD. So what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
9 playlists.
Yeah.
And you rotate through all 9
And then I
of
have
them.
other songs, just a general collection.
Yeah.
But I don't listen to, what's the name of the song? Pina Colada?
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? The Pina Colada song?
And the
That's right. And I don't say to myself, man, do I want to go to Cape Cod? Because they mention the Cape, the dunes of the Cape. I don't care about the lyrics. It's what I associate the song to based on my personal experiences. Okay?
I think that's exactly what it is. It's the soundtrack to whatever is going on makes it more. So because that's usually what it is. Because I am also a harder rock aficionado.
Okay.
But it's tough when you're hosting the barbecue or the pool party, when everyone's over there. All right, let's play ball with the ball. And people are going to look at you weird, so you got to play
Doesn't
a little.
fit the vibe.
You got to play a little classic rock.
So, yeah, if you go to this concert and you've listened to this song a bunch during the summer months where you associate that song with a lot of other good memories, that's what makes a summer song. Okay. Not Kokomo by the Beach Boys because they're singing and being in the Keys or surfing something like that because it's a beach type of thing.
I'll give you that. I don't think the lyrics need to make it summer, but a lot of times those songs do equate to being a summer song. I guess I would like to hear a song that, I guess you kind of said it there, the Beach Boys, that they're not summer song even though they mention the summer.
Right.
And that's an example.
That was like their gimmick, though. Like, if you're the Beach Boys, like, your whole gimmick is nice weather. It's like people that write fan anthems for their favorite sports teams. You have already boxed yourself into a corner from a writing standpoint. So, naturally, all you're going to be able to write about are, like, cool waves and, bikini girls. Like, there's really not a lot of nuance there.
Speaking of the summer, that's one of the reasons why I enjoy the NBA playoffs. And I was thinking, Jake, which run has been more impressive? Do you have an opening take on that? Because I just wanted to get, which run from the Celtics 2021 through 2026? And if you need a reminder of what happened.
I got it right here.
Okay,
So
you want to tell us what happened?
In 21-22, it started off with losing the finals.
Yep.
They lost the conference finals, won the finals.
Hold on. How did they lose? Talk about how they lost some of these series. You can't just say they lost the conference finals. How did they lose the 23 conference finals?
They came back. The conference finals, they were down 3-0, came back. That was a Heat game.
Correct.
Tatum twists his ankle.
Yep.
Ended up losing that game 7 at home. They then dominate the 24 playoffs and cruise their way to the finals and win the NBA finals against the Mavericks. The conference semifinals, they had that terrible choke job against the Knicks. They blew back-to-back 20-point leads in back-to-back games. Bad loss. And then obviously blowing a 3-1 lead against the Sixers this year. Terrible outcome. Now, look at the Pacers. They first round loss in 95-96. They then missed the playoffs the next year.
So we're talking about, okay, fine. You want to throw that in? Miss the playoffs. Fine.
I got to throw it in. Those are part of the 5 years.
That's fine.
They came back strong, though, because they lost in the conference finals and lost in the conference finals again and then lost in the finals. So just to me, just going off that, and we can do a deep dive into the Pacers if you want about what their loss looked like in the conference finals. They lost to the Knicks in 99 and the Bulls, the Bulls in 98. So they lost to good teams, better teams than the Celtics lost to, but they also lost the finals. And the Celtics at least got a championship and didn't miss the playoffs over that run too.
the point of this exercise is to assess the Celtics and how they've lost some of these playoff series and to whom they've lost them to. Because I was just thinking about that Pacers team. Never won. Reggie Miller never got a ring. But it felt like, and again, not that I'm some Pacers historian, but it felt like they always played to their potential. They always got the most out of their team. And I do not feel that way about the Boston Celtics. And I'm just trying to figure out, based on, us sitting here talking, which team would you rather be? Would you rather be the Celtics, who in 2024, the stars align, guys get injured, they had a great series against the Mavericks and won the championship, get that ring, but have a cavalcade of disappointments and missteps surrounding that? Or the Pacers that never quite got over the hump, but every time they did lose, it seemingly was to the better team, and they always got their money's worth. Shaq, Jordan, 7 games against the Bulls, beating the Knicks or losing to the Knicks in a close series. The Lakers, the 2000 Lakers, 2 dynasties got in their way. They were always beaten by the better team, and the way they played. Hard-nosed, tough, clutch. It wasn't this chucking threes and losing close games, and the only way to win is to blow the team out and being a front runner. They would beat you in a close game. Reggie Miller would hit that clutch shot. The Davis brothers would beat you up. They weren't soft. They were hard-nosed. I don't know.
No, I understand what you're saying. I think a lot of what you're complaining about the Celtics and the three-point shooting is just the modern version of the NBA and the league as a whole. I know not every team does that, but again, if the team game plan is driven by analytics and statistician in that department, they're going to tell you that the most effective shot is the three-point shot, which we've all heard. Missoula has said that the three-point attempt rate is the most important stat in basketball. So that's more of a modern NBA problem. Not necessarily, I think, a problem with these players. You can blame that on the coaching staff, sure. But going back to the Pacers, I just don't understand how you can say that they're comparable. I know they lost to the Bulls and the Lakers in the finals, but they lost to the Knicks that year in '99. They could have beat that Knicks team.
The Knicks were good that year.
I know they were good that year. They got to the finals. You get to the finals, you're good. But that would have been the time to get over the hump. To the Celtics' credit, they lost in the finals, and the Warriors dynasty got in the way of them. They were part of that last run. And then they got over the hump the next year. The next time they got there. I know they had the one in between where they lost to the Heat in the conference finals, but at least they got to the finals the following year after that. So and not to mention the Pacers missed the playoffs in the middle of that run.
I don't know what happened in that season. Did somebody get injured?
That's what I was just trying to figure out. Reggie Miller played all 81 games that year.
Okay.
So their best player was available. So how do you miss the playoffs with your best player?
No, not good.
Inexcusable, I think.
But I'm just saying, with the way the Celtics have played, like, for example, 2023, they go down 0-3 or 3-0 to the Heat. They had a first-team All-NBA player. Jaylen Brown made, third-team All-NBA that year. They had the sixth man of the year in Malcolm Brogdon. They had the reigning defensive player of the year in Marcus Smart. Robert Williams on that team. And you go down 0-3 to the Heat. Who was on that Heat team? Jimmy Butler and a young Tyler Hero. Bam Adebayo, good player. None of them were All-NBA guys. Max Strus. Martin, what was his first name?
Caleb Martin.
Caleb Martin. Played like Kobe Bryant in that series. I think that was the series. I mean, I'm just saying, the way the Celtics, even 2022, yes, they made the finals, but then Tatum looked completely invisible. Looked like a different player. What happened there? I just don't remember, and again, not a Pacers historian. I don't remember some teams like the Indiana Pacers having that happen where they look completely different during stretches of key playoff games, a shell of themselves. I don't remember that.
So can you put that on coaching then? Like, is that the common denominator?
No, I put that more on the star.
On the star?
Yeah, on Tatum.
On Tatum, not Brown. Brown's excused from it?
Tatum's been their best player. Tatum is their best player.
Tatum is their best player. I agree with that.
He's the one that,
But Brown's also been the person who's not carried per se, but in that playoff run when they won it, he was playing aggressive. He was playing clutch.
Yeah.
And he was stepping up in those moments. So he doesn't get any blame for that?
Sure, he can.
Okay.
I'll give him some blame for Game 7 in 2023.
What about this past Game 7?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't blow a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, it should never gotten to that point. It should have been over in 5 games. That was the worst part to me.
They can't. The way they lost to the Knicks, the way they lost to the Sixers this year, egregious losses, horrendous losses.
These 2 past losses are, you can't excuse. There's nothing you can say about it. The one with the Heat was bad in itself. The Heat were an 8 seed. They played good. Eric Spoelstra's a great coach. We all know that. But you could at least chop it up to being, although they got to the finals the year before, they were still super young. They had the whole head coaching drama earlier in the year where Udoka got out, Mazzulla came in as an intern. Like, there was a lot of drama there that you could say, okay, maybe something happened where they weren't fully locked in for that playoff run. These last 2 years, there's absolutely zero excuse, especially last year.
Jake, we know the answer. See, this is the problem with Boston sports today.
What's the answer?
The answer is stop shooting threes. That's
course.
the answer.
Yeah, we've all been saying that.
We know the answer. See, this is the problem. We've been more right than the teams. The station, the radio personalities have been more right recently than the teams. Okay, Matt Patricia, Joe Judge. The radio people were right. Belichick and the Patriots were wrong. Spending with the Red Sox. The radio people are right. Or the media. The Red Sox are doing it wrong. And the Celtics with the threes. They're right. The media. You know where else we're right? I'll give Felger credit on this. He's right about the goalie in hockey. Get rid of him. Trade him. You don't need him. The goalie has become the running back in the NFL. Trade him. The radio people are right.
More teams should play 6-on-5 with an empty net.
Not an empty net.
Sense.
Not an empty net. You don't need an elite goalie making a bunch of money. You can keep developing goalies. Get the depth line for line. I think that's an obsolete mentality. The radio people have been more right. It's a problem.
The other thing I will say about it,
but the threes are the problem with the Celtics. We all know that you have to stop.
The threes are the problem. They can't make them. You got to get to the hoop. And the problem is with the Celtics team. So when they were losing to the Sixers, I was covering that series. I wrote that's on 98.thesportshub.com. The Celtics attempted 111 3-pointers with defenders between 4 and 6 feet of shooters. That was the second most in the league during the playoffs. They posted the 5th worst 3-point shooting percentage of those attempts. So not only were they actually getting the looks, according to this, they weren't converting, which to me says what they want to talk about playing to the strength of the roster. How are you playing to the strength of the roster when you're getting those looks and your players aren't converting? Then is that really a strength? And especially in the playoffs. Now, did it work for the regular season? Sure, yeah, they were a good regular season team, got to the 2nd seed in the Eastern Conference, and they looked good for most of the regular season, especially when Tatum came back. But when the playoffs come around, things have to change. You can't just, when the ball's not going to the hoop, you can't just say, we don't have it tonight, we'll get it tomorrow night.
All right.
Because there is no tomorrow night.
617-779-0985. I want to respond to what you just said. The Celtics are mistaken. They're mistaken. And if they continue to do this bull crap, playing to the strength of the roster, they will lose year in and year out. Lose, 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 lose. We'll be right back. Mark Dondero, Jake Seymour, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
big ones. Another random summer song for me. Somebody Someone by Korn. Random. It's on TRL though during one summer.
Yeah, I think I cornered it with the this was the music that was playing during Mark's summers.
Yeah.
I think I got it.
You figuring it out?
Good. Well, I know that song.
You
I know
know
that
that
song
song.
very, very well, and
Of
it
course.
doesn't really give off like beachy,
No.
pina colada.
No, that's not what I go by.
vibes.
I'm trying to tell you that. Okay. Listen, are you a coach, Jake? Do you coach anything? Have you ever coached anything?
No,
Okay.
I haven't.
Well, maybe later when you have
later on in
kids or
life,
whatever.
yeah.
I have. I coach little league. Soccer, the kids stuff. And I'm just thinking. I know people are getting on me on Twitter. They think it's ridiculous. The team that won the championship. I mean, think about it from a coach's perspective. Would you rather have won the championship, which I understand is the goal, but also be the steward of a team that was wildly inconsistent, up and down and losing games and series they shouldn't have lost and whatever? Or you don't ever win the title, but every team you had, by and large, played to their full potential, and they were consistent, and they battled, and they were tough and clutch and hard-nosed, and they represented you the right way. I feel like if I was a coach, that's what I'd be more interested in than just getting a championship and then all these other years around that championship embarrassing myself. 2 games, 2 20-point leads at home, losing. 3-1 lead, losing. Down 0-3 after going to the finals the year before. Yeah, they came back. Give them credit. I like that comeback that they made, but they couldn't finish it off. But going down 0-3, Caleb Martin dominating, you lose. I don't know. A coach, there's something to be said for consistency and hard-nosed, clutch, tough play. Consistently.
I mean, it comes down to what you're getting at is regret. That the Pacers, you could argue, played with no regret, and that they met their potential or maybe exceeded in some capacity. But if you look at what they did, there's no, what if we did this differently? We could have been better, or we held ourselves back. Where the Celtics, the last 2 years, you could definitely say that. So I agree with you on that point, that the Celtics definitely have regret about how these years ended. But I can't say that the Pacers played better than a team that made the finals, won the finals, and never missed the playoffs versus the Pacers, who lost in the finals and then missed the playoffs at one of those years.
Okay, it's a statistical way of looking at it, and I'm not going to say you're wrong.
I understand your point, though.
Not going to say you're wrong.
I will say that I think those Pacers team did play with an extra level of aggression, or they were more clutch, you could argue in some capacity.
Yeah.
But I also will kind of fall back on that might have just been 90s basketball.
Sure.
And that's
I
just
would
a
love to
different
get a
era.
coach, a real coach, to chime in on this. A guy that has done it at a high level. Doesn't have to be, the NBA or Division I guy, but a real coach that's coached in college or high-level high school varsity. I'd love to know what they think in terms of a wildly inconsistent team losing to teams that you shouldn't have lost to. You were more talented than you lose, or a team that didn't quite have the talent, but every time was a ball-busting team that was clutch and played hard and was tough and all the never weak. David's in North Carolina on the summer songs. Hey, David. David. David.
You scared him. All right,
I don't think
I'll make David's point for him. David
What was
wanted
his
to
point?
argue "Boys of Summer" by Don Henley, or is I more
Again.
the Ataris? I like the Ataris version better.
I like the Don Henley version.
I was going to say my point though was that you would hear that and go, "What? Just because they say summer, it's supposed to be about summer?" So my pushback was that you would not agree, Mark, that it is a summer song.
If I, in my life, came across that song during the summer months and equated it with the summer, it would be a summer song. So
I've heard that song in December, and I'm
Right.
not like, "Ooh, it's getting nice."
Exactly,
and toasty in
exactly.
here. No, not.
So
not a
it
single
needs to
time.
be aligned with my experiences in the summer. A party you were at that was playing and you were making out with this girl, and that just reminds you of the summer. Or the summer you spent on the road playing baseball, you heard this song over and over and it reminds you. That's what makes a summer song. And I was just interested what some of the bigger ones for Jake were.
The Boys of Summer, by the way, came out in October of 1984. So, like,
the Don Henley's.
yeah.
But go look at when all these songs that I'm saying came out.
Yeah,
Probably
they were-
around the time that summer is going to happen. That's
Yeah, I mean, to that point, I'm talking about like Kenny Chesney, Toby Keith. Like, those are all country artists.
I don't know when those songs come out.
Well, those are like, early 2000s to 2010s. So
I get that, but what time of year do they come out? Do they come out in the summer?
So does a summer song have to come out in the summer?
Doesn't have to. It's when it's when you expose yourself to it.
Okay. So I think I was exposed to a lot of country music during the summers that I was growing up. That's why those songs resonate to the summer with me.
I'm not saying that you can't listen to a song, identify the lyrics, and say, ooh, that reminds me of summer. And then in the summer, because it reminds you of summer, you want to listen to that song. It could turn into a summer song there.
Okay.
But just because they talk about the beach or something doesn't mean it's a summer song for me.
I'll give you the Summer of '69 because that's not really a summer song, even though they talk about the
They're
summer.
talking about summer. David, call back. Hey, David.
Hey, how you doing? So I know this might go against what you're talking about, but I think Boys of Summer, Don Henley, awesome summer song. I was alive when it came out, obviously. It came out in the spring. It's talking about hot girls, tan, sunglasses, radio on with your the top down on the car. I mean, I don't know what gets more summer than that.
No, I mean, that's such a classic song. I love that track. Not huge summer vibes for me, but it's nothing to do with the song. It's not the song's fault. I just didn't experience it in the summer. Listen, I have a huge problem, and we heard it from Brad Stevens the other day, the strength of the roster. Okay? We're not talking about a child here, a young adult who has dreams of playing in the NBA, but they're 5'6" and can't shoot. Unfortunately for that child, they're not probably going to play in the NBA. Just and it's
very
not
unlikely that
it's very unlikely because they suck and they're small. Okay, they can't do anything about their height. You can work on your game, but if you just don't have any coordination, you can't shoot. You can't shoot. It is what it is. The Celtics, okay, they can change their roster, man. Like you don't have to have a roster of all three. We're going to play to the strength of we'll change the strength of the friggin' roster. So you have a different strength that you can play to. Do you understand?
No, I agree with you. And that's what kind of confused me hearing Brad Stevens talk about that, because who's the person who can change the roster? It's him.
Yeah.
So when I heard that comment, it was like, okay, so you play to the strength of the roster. I understand Missoula saying that because he doesn't have final say on the roster or have maybe as large of a roster input as someone like Brad Stevens. But Missoula and Stevens should have some kind of play style that they say, what do we want our basketball team to look like? Do we want them to be a three-point shooting team? Do we want to be a hard-nosed defensive team? Maybe a fast-paced offensive team? Whatever the case may be, you need to have, I feel like, some kind of game plan about how you want to construct your roster, then go out and find players who support that logic. And you have guys like Tatum and Brown who excel in multiple roles, so you don't need to hone in on one or two different things. They can do a lot of different things. So go get players that support what their play style and the play style you want to play. And I guess the jumping off point to this to another topic would be, did Brad Stevens mean something else than that?
For example,
the Celtics, I believe, just based on what they did last year and how the new CBA rules are structured in the NBA, I don't think the Celtics will go out and get Giannis Antetokounmpo or make any big-time move because they want to get underneath the NBA's repeating luxury tax team. So last season, the Celtics did not pay the luxury tax. So they paid it the 3 previous years. So they have to get out of the luxury tax for a second consecutive year to reset the repeating tax-paying team penalties, which I know is a whole headache. I don't want to get into the nuance of it. I'm not trying to do that, but I'm trying to help portray what the Celtics are going to do, given the fact that this is the new CBA and this is the new rules that they have to play with. So when Steven says that this is what we have to play to the strength of our roster, is he saying, hey, we have to keep this on the cheap side, and we can't go out and sign the best players like we did in 2024. So therefore, we have to kind of make do with what's available to us.
But I'm not
talking about. Saying?
I'm not talking about the best players. Obviously, that helps, but I'm just talking about style of play. I think you need to change. I hate analytics. I hate them, Jake. And
I'm with you.
Do they have a place in sports? Yes, they do. But to run your organization based off of them, I think is a fool's errand, and I despise it. Okay? And I just feel like it doesn't take into consideration your makeup, the makeup of the team, your identity, the culture that they create by shooting all those threes. I understand The strength of the roster, 3 points versus 2 points, the good looks that you can generate. If you can get a good look, that's a good shot. Yeah, it's a good shot. But what is shooting that many threes do to your makeup, your culture? You know what I'm saying?
No, I
you have to factor that in.
Can I ask a follow-up based on what Jake is saying? Because I think it does tie into the sort of short window for what this team is supposed to be, because Brad Stevens has talked extensively about, why they are doing the things that they are doing, avoiding the repeaters tax, being able to, the thing he said that jumped out to me was like, if there's ever a Derek White trade coming up, we would not be able to do it based on where we are right now. So if the whole idea is you are playing to the strengths of your team, what was the strength of this Celtics team this year?
Threes. It's still threes.
I don't think it was.
Shooting threes.
Okay.
It is.
I don't think it was.
No, it is.
It's not, because they lost playing to their strengths in theory. So how is that a strength of the team if it was the thing that they stuck to and was ultimately the reason they lost games?
Who's on the team? Brown, Tatum, White, Pritchard, Hauser. Those are 3-point shooters.
Right. No, I think they want it to be. Derek White is not a 3-point shooter.
He has been.
But not at his best. Peyton Pritchard is not a 3-point shooter.
Derek White came here as a defender. I thought he was a defender. That's how I viewed him.
Right.
And then he turned into a 3-point shooter. He's a 3-point shooter now.
I don't think he's ever been a 3-and-D kind of guy. I've always thought him and Peyton Pritchard at their best are cutting, mid-range, getting to the basket, playing more aggressive.
Good for you.
But, no, I think that's accurate because, again, this is how they lost. And if you look at how they played in the 7 games in the playoffs, more than half of their field goal attempts were 3-point attempts, and Derek White shot 27% from 3. How can you sit there with a straight face, Mark, and go, well, that's what he is? It's obviously not what he is. So my question is, if it's not 3-point shooting, because a team like that, Jake, I think is going to be kind of expensive to put together, and the Celtics are telling you they don't want to do it that way. What was the strength of this team? What was the adjustment that they could have made? Because I don't think it was just banging away from deep. That's why they lost.
You need to be, this isn't a big secret. What wins in the playoffs, in any sport? What wins? Defense, toughness,
points.
We talk about points, fine.
Points.
Okay, but
the scoreboard.
It's not, hold on. You need to play defense. You need to be tough. In the NFL, how many times does the high-flying team with all the passing and all that stuff go on to win the championship? We've seen them fail time and time again. The Rams, the Colts, the Patriots in 2007. It's always the hard-nosed defensive team that wins. The Celtics need to be more identified with grinding, not threes. They need to grind. They need to grind out buckets and play inside the 3. So then when they get to the playoffs and they have to get wins that are hard, they're more comfortable playing that way.
Isn't that what they have, though? That's the point I'm kind of arriving at.
That's what I was
what they have?
During the regular season, I think the Celtics team and Jaylen Brown, before Tatum came back, the pace was different. They were a little bit more grinding. Brown talked a lot about you need to be the best playing team and wanting to kill teams in the games that they're playing. And at some point, whether that was Tatum coming back, and I'm not trying to say Tatum was the reason why this happened, but maybe the reintegration process, which, by the way, Tatum himself voiced concerns about before he even came back, which people kind of swept under the rug or wasn't maybe talked about enough as it maybe should have been. But Jaylen Brown had said all these things about needing to grind out teams and kill these teams, and it seemed like as you got to the playoffs, maybe that changed a little bit and the pace was a little off. You saw Tatum bring the ball a little bit more slower play style, and I think maybe that hurt them in the playoffs because given what had happened, especially when the Sixers got Joel Embiid back. And I'm not excusing the fact that that's why they blew a 3-1 lead. They should have never have blown that series. But if you're asking what was difference between the final games of their playoff run versus the rest of the regular season, I would say that their pace and they were more of a grinding team early on in the season. And when they got to the playoffs, they went away from that play style.
I think they need to change it. I just think what they're trying to do doesn't last, doesn't hold up, and becomes inconsistent in the playoffs, and they need to be identified a different way in order to change this around. I don't think they need to change their entire roster. Keep Tatum and Brown. I don't want to trade. I don't want to trade. I never want to talk about it. I think if you have one and not the other, you're screwed. You're doomed. Giannis The only thing about Giannis is he doesn't shoot threes. So that would, I'd be interested in how they plan to, put him into the lineup. But I just feel like it's not worth it. He's older. It hasn't worked there. I don't know what his work ethic is like at this point. I'd rather keep Tatum and Brown, stay in business with them, and change the philosophy.
I agree.
They need to change the philosophy.
I wouldn't move off Tatum. I wouldn't move off Brown. I'd keep them together because I don't know, especially the comments from Miles Turner, which we should talk about later on.
Sure.
The comments that Miles Turner had about being late to the team plan and no fines, those are just all things that to me say, I don't know how much Giannis really wants this anymore. It's good. He might be a different player than he was 6 years ago in terms of the mentality and how he thinks about certain things.
And just to back up that point, he does strike me as the kind of guy, like, you have to babysit him. Because if you don't, then the real guy shows up, the guy that is not going to be on time for film or whatever else. He's the leader, and the team is going to go as far as their leader takes them. So if he's out there and he's supposed to be setting the example every single day, and that guy is late, then why is me? I'm the ninth guy. What do I care if he's not going to bother showing up?
I also feel like that style of team building is out. That doesn't work anymore. Acquiring a big name, aging veteran star like that. Who's one doing that in the last 10 years?
I think you're spot on. It's so hard to find one all-star caliber player in the NBA these days. The Celtics have two.
They need to.
There are people that are like, no, we got to break it.
And by the way,
I don't like Jaylen Brown's cadence.
If you wanted to change, they could play that game. Both of them are just top of the line playing that game.
Sure,
getting to the rim. Tatum and Brown can play that game as long as they buy in mentally, philosophically.
It's because they didn't play to the strength of their team.
They can play that game. They need the other guys to fill the role of playing the way they want to play, but they've got to be open to doing it. I don't know if they are. Okay, change the roster and play a different style, and then you play to the strength of that roster. That's what this team needs, and then they'll be back in business. If they keep doing the three-point bull crap, they will lose. I'm telling you, they'll lose every year. They probably wouldn't even have won. I bet if everybody stayed healthy that year, they probably would have found a way to lose that 1-2.
Yeah, maybe. It's not given how.
I'm not going to take anything away from them, but I just don't believe in the process that they employ right now. 617-779-0985. Celtics calls welcome. Summer talk welcome. Patriots schedule is out. Let's go through it and what this means for Drake May. Okay, Drake May is under a bleep ton of pressure this year, the way it should be. Why? And what does it mean? We're going to get into that. Mark Dondero, Jake Seymour here, 98.5 The Sports.
Boston's home for sports, 98.5 The Sports.
You can
paint the
throw. You
picture
know how
about why
I feel
they're
about
feel this
stats. I don't like stats. Stats lie. You can throw stats at me, okay? I'm talking about what you see and what the makeup of the team is. And I'm just saying, I will fight you if you try to tell me you can't have a conversation about this, because I just feel like, and again, not a Pacers historian. They missed the playoffs that year. But overall, the way that team conducted themselves, I feel like you could have a conversation if you were a coach of, I was more proud of that than what they're doing or what they've done. I think you could have a conversation being a consistent, hard-nosed, tough, clutch team versus, yeah, we won that title. We've done a lot of good things, a lot of regular season wins, a lot of, yay and, fun with the threes. But then there's this awful, horrific loss. And there's this terrible start to a series that doomed us in the Eastern Conference. And then you give up the 3-1 lead. And then their star player looks like a shell of himself and nobody knows what happened. I'm just saying that would be frustrating if I was a coach. Versus, we didn't win it all. Consistent, tough, know what you're going to get, pain in the ass to play all the time. That's all I'm saying. It's a conversation.
I just think that comes down to more of a mentality than a play style.
Yeah.
And the Celtics team, if the ball's not going through the hoop, they need to get over that quickly and figure out why it's not going in the hoop and fix it. Because if that's what you're going to play, there needs to be, like if you're driving to the basket and someone's in front of you and they're blocking your shot, you're going to change it up and do something differently to try and not have your shot blocked. So if the ball's not going in the hoop and you're shooting a lot of threes, change it. Do something to help yourself. Don't just keep doing what you're doing. Like, that's the definition of insanity, is when you're not getting the result you want and you continue to do the same thing over and over and over again, hoping something will change, and then it doesn't change.
Just think about the Celtics back when they won the title with Pierce and Garnett. I know it was a short little window and there was injury. They won the championship, okay? It was probably not as long of a stretch. They won the championship. Then they lost to the Magic because Kevin Garnett got hurt. Then they lost in the finals, but they had Kendrick Perkins go down, and their offense, that was a good Lakers team. Kobe Bryant. You didn't have the best player in the series. Then they lose. So 2011, what happened in 2011? I don't remember what happened in 2011. Then in 2012, we can look up 2011. 2012, you play the Heat again. You go up 3-2. Clutch shot from Pierce. And then in Game 6 at TD Garden, LeBron James goes up. He has one of the best games of his career. What happened in 2011?
So 2011, that was the Heat, and they lost in 5 games. It was the first year of the LeBron, Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh, Miami Heat.
Okay.
So that was an all-time great team.
Okay. So they played them tougher, though, because they almost beat them in 2012. So they got their doors blown off 2011. They come back in 2012. They had them on the ropes. They couldn't finish them off. My point is, there was no huge letdown. Nothing was absolutely egregious based on what the Celtics from 2008 to 2012 did. Nothing was.
You could argue, though, that the two years after they won the finals, they lost in the conference semifinals and then lost in the finals. I know there was injuries, but that was a letdown.
It was a letdown, but it wasn't to the level of losing to the Knicks 20-point leads at home. Or going down 0-3
there's things that were outside
at home.
Things that happened that were maybe outside of their control, but it was definitely a letdown that they didn't win again. That team underachieved.
I'm sorry, Jake. The other thing that happened in 2011 that's worth noting, and a lot of people credit this as why that team did not win as many playoff games as they could have. They traded Kendrick Perkins that year.
Right.
And if you ask anybody that played on that team, that completely took the wind out of the Celtics' sails.
Yeah, they replaced them with an aging Shaquille O'Neal.
But nothing was inexcusable that they did in that time frame. This Celtics team has multiple inexcusable moments. Inexcusable.
I think it's that much more egregious, Mark, because, with Paul Pierce, Ray Allen, Kevin Garnett, we knew where they were in their career. They were in their 30s. They were trying to win their first ring. With this group, I think it's more frustrating because you have Jaylen Brown's going to turn 30 soon, but you basically have two superstars still on the right side of 30, and the approach is, maybe we're not going to play to the strength of our team. We're just going to, keep firing threes and hope for the best. And if things don't work out, we don't really have a great strategy to get back into games. So as it stands right now, I think the roster building going forward is going to be that much more important because you don't want to waste the window that you have with Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown.
100%. I do not want to trade those players. Either of those players. I want them both here. I love both their games. They can adapt to whatever new style you want to implement. I just don't think they're going to implement a new style.
I think Jake brings up a very real, important point that is worth watching with this team going forward. It is we're literally living it right now with the Boston Red Sox. What is the business model for this team? I personally believe that Jason Tatum's injury was used to move on from a lot of these pieces that were very expensive. Ideally, you have a championship window, but if they are more caught up with making sure that we are not in a repeater tax, that we have our 2032 draft pick assets that we are able to move, I think that ultimately will be why this team is not able to excel. It's not coaching style. It's not, does Jaylen Brown like Boston? Is he beefing with Brad Stevens? Is Jason Tatum too passive? I don't think any of that stuff is going to factor in. I think it's the idea that you have a window here, but you have maybe reluctant money backing them. Ideally, we're trying to save some money here, guys.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's going to be a factor.
I legitimately think like they walked in and was like, they were like, who's that tall guy over there? Well, that's Neemias Queta. Well, how much money does he make? Well, he's making less money than Kristaps Porzingis. Cool. He's the guy. Pick him.
You're saying you don't want them to become the Red Sox. You got to worry about them being the Red Sox.
No,
right. Yeah, well, we're not there yet. They've got 2-star players who are atop the league, atop their game. So I'm not going to worry about that now.
But they were already being paid. That's the difference.
Okay.
Those guys Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown are currently being paid right now. Jaylen Brown has a massive contract extension coming up, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he does.
I think there are a lot of things that are going to, we need to pay attention to how this team is doing business going forward, because I think it could really cut the legs out of what could be a great dynasty.
Sure. But they're already cutting the legs out of it based on how they're playing. That's my point. They've got these 2 stars. As long as they have the 2 stars, they're going to have a chance. Okay, now Brad Stevens has been good in that spot. If he had to draft a Tatum and a Brown 10 years ago, I don't know if he would have been able to do it like Danny Ainge did.
He was a part of that coaching staff, though, and
sure,
he was the head coach.
Maybe he was.
He was also a college head coach for many years and took Butler basketball to heights it's never been before.
Sure.
So I don't think he had no problem identifying talent and drafting.
That's fine. I'm giving Danny Ainge the credit for those master strokes, not Brad Stevens, but I'm sure he had a hand in it. It's fine. But they don't need to worry about that now because they've got the 2 guys, and they're not picking third. They're not going to have to worry about that. What they have to worry about is their current style holding them back? And the answer is yes. Yes, it is.
Do you think the outcome, guys, of this season is enough to maybe they step back and go, maybe we should change things, or do you think we're going to see more of the same?
More of the same.
More of the same.
I don't think they're going to change.
Mazzull's been on the record
them they have to. They have to change.
He's been on the record multiple times saying that the most important stat is 3-point rate. Brad Stevens said in his presser too that Maz asked him, "Do you shoot too many threes?" And he said, "The bad ones, yeah." So maybe that's a way to say we do shoot too many threes because we're not getting the quality looks.
Jake, you can shoot threes. The problem is it creates an identity for you. Yes, you could shoot 100 million open threes. It's a good look. But the identity is still being created. And is that something that you can live with that works? That's my question. Okay? You have to worry. I think that's something worth worrying about. So it goes beyond, do you shoot too many threes, the good ones, the good looks? Is that an identity that you want to have?
Like you shoot too many threes.
The bad ones.
I don't even know what that means. What does that mean, the bad ones? Shoot too many bad ones?
Yeah, I think you're talking about maybe contested threes or ones that are too far out.
But Jake's got numbers that indicate that they weren't even making the good ones.
That I was going back to is that what I had researched on that article, again, it's like 111 3-pointers with defenders between 4 and 6 feet closest to the shooter that's categorized as open on the NBA's advanced stats page. So based on that, they were getting the good looks. They weren't hitting them, which to me comes down to a mentality thing, and this team has to somehow get over that hump and be able to adjust and make those shots because they're not able to hit them.
Do you understand?
That's mentality. That's the playoffs.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, I do understand what you're saying.
Okay.
You're talking about if that play style can win you games in the playoffs.
Right. I think you can talk all day about the quality looks you're getting from three, and the metrics say that by 4 or 6 feet, that's an open three. But you're paying a price shooting that three. It creates an identity and an image and a culture for your team that I don't think allows you to win at the highest level when it matters most. So you can shoot open threes all day, and I can't think of an apt analogy for it, but it doesn't mean when it matters, you're going to be able to have success.
What you're also saying, too, is that by shooting that large volume of three-pointers, it can create you as a mentally weak team because you're not going to the hoop, you're not grinding out for baskets, you're just doing the easy thing of shooting shots.
Yeah, and I don't think the Celtics are mentally weak. I think Tatum is mentally tough. I think Brown is mentally tough. I just think it's natural when you don't do something as much, you're not going to be as good at it, and they don't play that type of game. That's not how they're wired to play the way that you have to play to win those close playoff games, to grind out those wins. Shooting a bunch of threes isn't grinding. It's prancing up the court and jacking it. It's not grinding. Grinding is in the paint, body blows, layups, playing defense. That's grinding.
But
that's how you
win.
win.
In that Sixers playoff series that they couldn't do that because of Joel Embiid.
All right,
Which I would say do something to get him out of the paint. He was hobbled at the end of Game 7. He shouldn't have been a factor in why you didn't attack the rim. Get him in foul trouble. Do something to get him out of the game.
Get him out of the game or lean on Jaylen Brown's mid-range game or another type of style that doesn't just involve being red hot from three.
I sent this in a group chat with Joe Murray, Skaz, and Street Team Joe and I. We're all in one. I saw a highlight reel someone posted of Kevin Garnett recently, and he's just like hitting mid-range shot. Yes. And the shots he's hitting, his heels are on the three-point line. And I sent in the chat and I said, you know what's sad about this highlight reel? That if Kevin Garnett played in the sport today, I think the Celtics would make him a three-point shooter.
Definitely. Not even a question.
That's really sad.
That's
really
not even
sad.
a question.
And you don't see players take that shot at all in the modern NBA. It doesn't happen at all.
No. And look, I just think it does something. I think it does something to your identity if you become known as a three-point shooting team. And I know all the teams shoot more threes now, but the Celtics overdo it, and it's doomed them. And we've seen it. It's not like there's no evidence. It's right there. We've seen it. We're going to get to the Patriots, but people don't want to acknowledge it, and they need to. It's something. Don't let the radio people be right. Don't let them be right, because we're sitting here telling you it's got to change. It's not working. And the evidence is right in our face. The last 2 years, those aren't typical playoff losses. I'm telling you. It's not normal to lose like that. As a defending champion, to lose that series to the Knicks and go down 0-2. Not normal. Okay?
At home,
that's
too.
Problem.
The first 2 games of the series at home.
That's
after you
not
beat
normal.
a Magic team in 5 games. Can't do it.
You've got to figure that out, because that is abnormal. 617-779-0985. Mark, Jake, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
is obvious. It's not, but I think they have become. There's been so many exceptional losses in the last couple of years. They have made this a conversation, and I just think it's interesting to me. All right, Patriots schedule's out. Jake, main takeaway. Schedule's out. You've seen it. Everybody's seen it. What's the main takeaway?
Main takeaway: Patriots are on the road for 5 of the first 8 games of the year. Ouch. I mean, it's good that you're going to have the home games in the back end of the schedule. I think that would benefit teams like the Patriots who play in a cold weather environment. But the Patriots being on the road 5 times to start the year, I don't like that. That's a tough sell.
So the opponents are tough. Difficult opponents they're going to be playing.
Yeah, and the opponents too. I was more so just focused on the scheduling itself.
I get you. I'm talking about the whole schedule. They have some out of division tough opponents. But I don't think the schedule is as tough as people are making it out to be. I think they're going to be just fine. I really see no excuse to not be 4-2 to start the season. Really. 3-3 at worst. Seattle's going to be a tough game, even though I'm not sure they're as good as they were in the Super Bowl. They've lost some guys. You got to beat Pittsburgh at home, especially after what happened last year. It's like the same game, isn't it? Wasn't it week 2?
Yeah, it was.
Pittsburgh at home, Aaron Rodgers. It's the same exact game. Got to win that game. Mike McCarthy.
And Aaron Rodgers, too, coming back to the team today. Gross.
Now, is Jacksonville going to be an easy game at Buffalo? No. But if you're the damn New England Patriots that were just in the Super Bowl, they've shored up their offensive line. Drake May is coming off an MVP caliber season, and they're back assuming health. We're all assuming health here. We'll see what happens in the preseason. You need to win one of those games. The New England Patriots, Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You got to win one of those games.
That's what the expectation is for a team that is coming off Super Bowl loss.
Correct.
You can't have the Super Bowl hangover. You need to come out and attack the schedule and beat the teams that didn't get there.
So let's say they lose to Seattle, they beat Pittsburgh, they beat Jacksonville, they lose to Buffalo. They should beat at home the Raiders and the Jets, and there's 4-2. They should be 4-2. Okay? Throw up a loss in Chicago, you win at Miami, they suck. Okay, rookie head coach. Who's playing quarterback there? I don't even remember who the quarterback is now.
They got someone new, I think.
We don't even know. Okay? So now you're 5-4. Is that what it is? You were 4-2. You went to 4-3. You're 5-3. Okay, then you have the most difficult stretch probably right there. Green Bay, Detroit, at Los Angeles, Buffalo. That's going to be that's your most difficult stretch to me right there. But again, you're the New England Patriots. You should not lose to both Green Bay and Detroit at home. You shouldn't.
No, you shouldn't. Well, the Detroit game that's the Germany game, right?
Germany game.
Yeah,
that's right.
So that one to me is
9:30 a.m.
That's the one to me that's interesting, just because it's in Germany, it's international. So we've seen teams that lose those games that they shouldn't, given the travel itself. But the other thing that stands out is that they didn't give the Patriots back-to-back West Coast games. So they're playing at Seattle in the start of the year, and then they're coming off their bye week to head to Los Angeles with the Chargers. So that's 2 West Coast road trips. I know one's coming off a bye week, the other one's coming off the start of the year, so it shouldn't really be that big of an issue. But I thought they were going to have consecutive weeks.
2 West Coast prime time.
Yes.
So that makes it even harder because they're coming back. It'll be a short week, essentially, 8:20 on the West Coast, and then playing a 1 o'clock Sunday game.
Yeah,
now,
at least that week 1 game's on a Wednesday. So
that's true. But the one against the Chargers is
Sunday football.
Sunday night football. Okay. Yeah. Now again, is that an excuse? It can't be an excuse.
No, none of these are excuses. They're just trying to paint the picture of the hurdles that this team has to overcome. Because last year, when they were coming off a season that they were terrible, new head coach, unproven second-year quarterback, rookie left tackle, that the schedule, they didn't have to deal with any of this stuff. It was all 1 o'clock games. There was no 4:25 game.
No.
They didn't go international. There was no scheduled Sunday night football game that year. They got flexed into those, but nothing right off the get-go. So I'm just trying to, showcase the hurdles and the challenges that come with a team that, and this is what a team has to do when you go to the Super Bowl. This is the next step you take, is that you go to the schedule and you beat the teams you're supposed to beat, and the games that are toss-ups, you do everything you can to put yourself in the position to win those games.
Will they be over 500?
I think so, absolutely. They should be a playoff team again.
You're damn right they should be.
Absolutely.
Okay, because if not, we have a problem. Now, maybe they don't make the playoffs, but they need to be over 500. Because if not, that speaks to Drake May. You cannot become a quarterback that doesn't get your team to over the year after contending for the MVP. You need to be over 500, or else you're not the level we thought.
The only thing I would say to that is, what if May stats look really good, but the defense is terrible, and they're losing games defensively?
Do you expect that to happen?
I don't expect that to happen. I don't expect May to be bad either.
I never expect the defense with Mike Vrabel to be terrible. I just don't.
I don't either. I think the defense is going to be good, and I think Drake May is going to be fine. I think he's
now,
a good
again,
quarterback.
Injuries are always a factor. If you lose 1 million guys, that's going to impact, and then we'll take that into consideration. But you look at their secondary. If Christian Gonzalez is back, what we saw in the Super Bowl, it's one of the best secondaries in the league. Okay, you still have Milton Williams, still have Christian Barmore. You'd like to think that you get another contribution from a player that maybe you don't foresee. But if you can get a linebacker to kind of become more of a difference maker, some guys they've got off the edge, some guys out of the draft. I mean, whatever it is, Gabe Akis.
Okay.
Is it
Akis? I think it's Akis.
Akis.
Did I have that right?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
You got it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You never know who. So they should. This is the. We can't be thinking about this team like it's Mac Jones, Bailey Zappi. You're just hoping for something. No. MVP caliber quarterback, Super Bowl. Okay, they're going to beat some of these good teams. They're going to beat the Packers by a touchdown. They're going to beat the Lions in Germany. Why can't they win both those games? Drake May was an MVP candidate. Okay, now I didn't like what I saw in the Super Bowl. That's why I love that they're going to Seattle to start the season. Okay, whatever you think of the Seahawks, put May's ass right back in that same situation against that same logo that's going to be staring at him and see if he's changed at all. That would be a huge moment for me to watch what he does and how he handles himself and gets him right back in the seat, that hot seat he was in the Super Bowl. Obviously, it's a different type of game. I can't wait to see how he handles that.
Yeah, and it also puts you get to see, was it a fluke or is this who he is? Like, was Seattle really that good of a team, or did he just have a bad Super Bowl? And that, to me, will be a big tell of what to expect from not just Drake May from this season, but also coming down the next few years.
So I said, I'm not trying to take a victory lap here. I said last year, based on what the trajectory has been from other people in his position, Drake May, if he was going to be the quarterback that we expected him to be or hoped that he would be, it was going to happen early. Meaning, it wasn't going to take him 10 games to start to generate some momentum. He was going to figure it out early, and you were going to see it early, and guess what we saw?
Saw it early.
We saw it early.
Yeah.
And that's what we were hoping for. And it was right. That assessment was right.
Yeah, take the victory lap. I like it.
No, it's
please.
not that big of a lap. I'm just saying this year, the similar take is that he needs to do it again.
I agree with
and
that.
there can't be a drop-off or he's 3 or 4 games under 500 or anything like this. Is not the trajectory of an MVP level quarterback. If that happens, we've got a problem.
Absolutely.
That's a problem.
I like the take. I think you're right. Spot on with that, because especially in football, you can't just have a slow September. And I know teams that will say, oh, the shortened preseason, and that means preseason football extends to September. No. If you lose games in September, they show up on your record at the end of the year. And teams can miss a playoff because they had a bad one game in September. That's what happens. So, yeah, you can't lose to Pittsburgh at home, Vegas. I know it's a middle-October game, but, like, all those easy games to start the year, you can't lose them. Can't do it.
3-3 at worst to start the season.
And if you're 3-3,
worst
too,
case scenario.
I think there's different levels to this too. If you're 3-3 by week 6, those 3 losses better be on the road. You can't lose Pittsburgh, Vegas, and New York. Those got to be the 3 wins at home.
Now we're talking about some other things. Reestablishing home field advantage. Like every team in the city, I'd like to see them do that. The Patriots especially. You've got to reestablish home field advantage. It just hasn't been good enough. You haven't been good enough at home. Now, last year was better at home. They didn't look the way I wanted them to look in the playoffs. They still won the game, so give them credit. But yeah, you need to beat Pittsburgh. You need to beat the Raiders and the Jets, and then win one of those road games. That's it. Can you beat the Raiders, can you beat the Steelers, the Raiders, and the Jets at home with the MVP level quarterback?
You definitely should be able to.
Okay, so all you have to do is win one game, and you're 4-2 to start the year. Everybody would take that. Everybody.
Yeah, it'd be a good start for this.
Good start to the year. Correct.
And you feel confident that the offseason stuff with Mike Vrabel and Anderson isn't carrying over.
Right.
The team's focused, Vrabel's focused, and everything's good there.
Do you
All the
expect
thing
it
would
to carry
follow a lot
over,
of-
honestly? Do you think it's going to carry over?
I think it could.
I don't think anything's going to carry over.
No, I think
it's going to
be.
No. How so? How would it affect them?
Well,
in what way?
Just what if there's a story that happens with a player?
Yep.
Maybe in a similar instance, and the player is reprimanded. There's some kind of punishment, and that players will start to turn their heads and say, "Well, Vrabel had an issue, and that didn't get handled."
They're going to have a punishment for having an affair?
Well, no, but I'm saying if it impacts the football thing, like what if a player has to miss time or something, like all those. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying that there are certain stories that could happen that could change it. Because the problem with this story that people don't want to talk about is it kind of undermined the culture that Vrabel established in year one.
We'll talk about that, yeah.
Because Vrabel's thing was it was always bigger than the team. He wanted that Patriot way kind of coming back with him in some ways. So when he's doing this, and I know Felger Massey brought this up as well, like what was going on there in the Super Bowl week? Like what if it comes out that Vrabel was focused on other things outside of the game? We talked about Stephon Diggs. That got a lot of publicity with his personal situations, with his relationships with women during that week.
Are you saying Diana Rossini impacted the Super Bowl preparation?
No. I'm just saying. I'm just saying that what if it comes out that there was something that along the lines of Mike Vrabel having to deal with a situation kind of like Stephon Diggs had to deal with.
Okay.
That's all.
Well,
that's all I
never
meant.
say
By
never.
I'm not trying to allege anything.
Okay.
I'm just saying that those are all things that can happen to a team that can have an impact. Because all these things are just little chapters.
Yeah.
Right. And they all relate to one another.
I think that the team, I don't know this, but I think that the team has that much respect for I think Mike Vrabel has won them over, where they're willing to put past, if he made a mistake or whatever he wants to classify his personal situation as right now. I don't think it's going to seep into the locker room. The only thing that I think Vrabel will look bad at or look bad because of, and I don't think it's going to really affect the players. The whole thing, the Karen getting the first question, that's kind of a tough look.
Yes,
based on everything that transpired. I don't think it's going to affect the team. We treat people the right way. That's a good culture to create at your workplace. I don't think this is going to affect that. He probably, might want to phrase it a little differently, or I don't know. I just don't think it's going to have a big impact. I think that the players are going to rally. I think they really care about their coach. I think it's a good situation in terms of their feelings for Mike Vrabel. I think that's going to overtake anything that could go wrong.
Yeah, and you're probably right. I just don't want to come out definitively be like, oh yeah, this isn't going to be anything. It'll blow over and there's nothing, because the story hasn't gone away.
No, it hasn't gone away,
and it just keeps.
And other things
new photos,
could come,
new things that come out. So what if there's more photos that come out at training camp or the start of the year, and it's just the black cloud that never can go away.
He also could still squash it, and even if it does come back up, he could find a way to then. Yeah, listen, I think everybody knows at this point what happened. It is what it is. I've moved on from it. My family's moved on from it, and we're moving on as a team.
Definitely.
Just something like that.
And I think he's handled it outside of the initial statement.
Yeah.
I think he has handled it appropriately, and it's
fair.
gone about it the correct way. Especially we saw, when they're on the field, practice field, I think it was last week or week before that. He's on the field laughing, having a good time. He's got the thing of Zen in his hands with the players. Like, everything just seemed like a normal Mike Vrabel.
Mike Giardi, I think he reported that in the last 2 weeks, he's looked like himself again. Which is
so that's good. I'm glad he's, personally, I'm glad he's over that.
617-779-0985. Mark Dondero, Jake Seymour, 98.5, the Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5, the Sports Hub.
The pool was always like
Locally?
From in the same town I live in. So
Nice.
that was like the peak summer thing to do. Just hang out at the
So,
pool.
I was thinking about this more. You know when summer might start for me? I know this
When?
is probably pushing it. It's
Okay.
pushing it. The Masters.
Oh, okay.
If you're talking about, obviously the weather's not there, but if you're talking about the mentality and my shift in mindset and feeling a breath of fresh air from a mentality standpoint, it's really the Masters. And around the Masters, when I start to say, okay, it's time to get outside, it's time to play golf, it's time to get out of that winter doldrum and I feel like if you wanted to go there, I could say as an adult, that's the big shift. That's the bigger shift for me than something on June, Flag Day or something like that, June 15th.
Yeah, I think it definitely starts earlier than that. But the Masters take I like.
If you're getting some
I like
weather,
that.
I like I'm huge into golf. I love to play. So that's when I start playing golf. That's really what I view as the outdoor summer. It's that same feeling I used to get when you get out of school.
Yeah, it might
It's
be
here. It's finally arrived.
It might be too early for me,
Okay.
but I don't hate the take either. Like I can understand and say, listen, I would rather the summer start earlier than for anyone to say that the end date is later, past the week after the 4th.
See, here's another weird example. The song My Endless Love makes me fired up to play golf. Why? What movie's that from? That song. What movie's that from, Rye?
Not a movie guy, so
No, you
ask
don't
me.
like pop culture.
No.
Is
Carter
that-
doesn't know either.
Do they play that in Happy Gilmore?
That's right. Thank you, Ryan.
I was trying to place the
Yeah, when he was in the rink.
Yeah, okay,
With,
thank you.
What's the line there? Friends listen to Endless Love in the Dark. It's just
That
makes
movie
me.
might be older than Jake is.
It definitely is.
I think it is.
It definitely is. It's way older than Jake. Movie's 30 years old.
How old are you, Jake?
23.
You said 23? Oh, yeah,
6
no,
years
man.
before
Yeah.
I was born.
But the 90, it's just different now. Things from 30 years ago can still be relevant today. Unlike 30 years ago, things from the 60s weren't as relevant in the 90s as things from the 90s are today. I don't know why that is. I'm telling you, I showed my daughter the movie. You're not going to remember. You don't know this movie. But there was a movie called Heavyweights. Ben Stiller. Okay. My daughter, she must have watched it 17 times. She loved it. She's 12 now. This was probably 5 years ago. But she, as a 7-8-year-old, loved the movie Heavyweights.
And I think,
Straight out of 95.
don't you think there's I don't know if it's true with people in their 20s or younger, but I know for me when I was younger, there was almost like a cultural fascination. I like watching show. You know what I like? I like the X-Files because the X-Files,
X-Files?
it feels so dated. I'm watching this show just reminds me of the 90s. Everyone's driving standard.
Wait a minute.
cars.
You're watching them now, you're saying?
Oh, that's what I'm saying. I watched them when I was a kid, but then going back, it's it's like this time warp. It's like this neat little time warp of this is what life looked like in the 90s. And I think for people that are younger, for some people, I always thought there was this cultural fascination of what did life look like back then. So, for me, it was watching stuff from the 70s and the 80s and, seeing what things looked like back then might kind of play over now when you show somebody you and I have memories of what the 90s were like, but you show it to your kids who were obviously not alive for it. Everything must be so surreal.
My daughter asked me yesterday about Jennifer Aniston, and I was trying to explain to her how big Friends was in the 90s, how massive of a show that was. That and Seinfeld were so popular, and why, how cable TV in the night. I was like, there was no Netflix, there was no Amazon Prime or all these streaming services, there was no YouTube. Everybody watched cable television. That was a huge. It's where people watched their TV. It's what they did with screens.
And you were famous for your character. You were famous for Rachel or Ross or whatever, just in the instance of Friends. Whereas now, you might have, and again, I don't know what the one-to-one comparison in 2026 would be to the popularity of Friends in its heyday or Seinfeld when it was at its peak. I don't watch enough TV.
It's oversaturated now, so I don't know what the answer would be.
I think that's the other side of it. Is there are just so many more options that you would make appointments. You would make appointments for whatever was big on network television, whatever sitcoms it would be. And it's kind of interesting. I'm going to be very curious, just to tie it back into sports here for a second, where what the NFL is doing with their scheduling. There would be like shows, like I was a big Walking Dead fan when that show was active, and they would always take their mid-season hiatus right around the time where the playoffs were happening. And I think that was a strategy because nobody wanted to go up against the NFL. I am curious going forward if other sports, if other big TV shows, even movies, maybe I'll throw that in there too, if they start to go, well, if the NFL is just going to start taking up other non-NFL days, is there any avenue where we can push back and maybe gain some of the more tired, weary football fans that don't want to watch football on a Wednesday or don't want to watch football every single Thursday? Is there a path to take to maybe take a bite out of I think the NFL is obviously being like very greedy with its scheduling. Is there an avenue for other media outlets and sports leagues to try and take back some of the viewers that they would be losing?
I think there absolutely is. I don't know if they'll be able to do it. I think the NFL is losing a little bit of what made it special in trying to put it on every night. I think that is going to wear down some people. But that's an interesting conversation. Let me ask Jake something because this will be entertaining. What's a play-by-play voice? You're a sports fan. That reminds you of your childhood. A play-by-play voice that when you think back, and that's the guy I used to listen to.
Mike Gorman and Don Orsillo. Those would be probably like 1A, 1B.
Okay.
And it'd be hard to pick one, either or in that.
That's a good answer.
But I'd say one of those two.
Yeah, see, for me, it's like John Miller. You remember John Miller, ESPN Sunday Night? Like, that's nostalgia for me. That voice just puts you right back into the wherever you were watching those old Sunday Night baseball games, Griffey versus Bonds on the West, whatever it was. Don Orsillo.
So I was going to say, just on the appointment TV, what people are talking about, little Stranger Things. I didn't get into that because I'm not a fantasy guy.
No.
But I know a lot of people my age who were super into it.
Is that a Netflix show?
Yeah, it was a Netflix show. They had their season
So is
finale.
that, so you're trying to say that's the equivalent to
like, it wasn't maybe not as popular as Friends, but it was diehard following. I mean, people were really into it.
It's a good question. There's got to be something out there.
Okay, so it's
Mr. Beast?
I get where Jake is coming from. And I think it's easier to pinpoint with social media being so prevalent. It was when everybody was. It was like if you wanted to watch Game of Thrones or Breaking Bad or shows that people were like following episode by episode. Stranger Things, maybe I would put in that category as well, despite it kind of declining in the later seasons. But the idea that if you were going to watch it a day late, you had to stay off of social media because everybody was going to be reacting to the big thing that happened on Breaking Bad. Everybody was going to react to the big cliffhanger that happened on Game of Thrones, for instance, which were not shows I watched either while they were active. Stranger Things, too, I didn't watch while I was up. I caught up probably between when season 4 and their last season happened. But maybe that's the idea of the one-to-one of the cultural phenomenon that was Game of Thrones. Maybe it's tantamount to where Friends or Seinfeld was, I guess.
Yeah, I just feel like there was a lot of people in my life who were like, "Oh, you watching Outsiders, Stranger Things?" And I was like, "No, I'm not going to watch some sci-fi supernatural
detective.
I don't have time for that.
No.
I'm not watching that. Sorry.
No,
but it was super popular.
Okay, that's fine. She was also going. I was trying to compare music back then to Taylor Swift of today.
Oh, I think that's way harder.
You think so?
Yeah, I do because
she asked me who was bigger in their prime, Harry Styles, who I guess was the lead singer of One Direction, or Justin Timberlake. Now, to me, I mean, I feel like Timberlake was massive, but I don't know how big Harry Styles was because I'm not as into that.
I think Justin Timberlake. He's still around, too.
He's still around. I think the answer has to be, right?
Yeah.
Jake absolutely nailed it. Justin Timberlake still has staying power to the point where if you see him around now, you might be more inclined to go, all right, who is this guy? And then you look back at just, we basically watched the guy grow up. Harry Styles, again, I'm with you, Mark. I don't know
One Direction well enough.
One Direction song. I know probably in like the early 2010s, maybe even a little early. Like they were super, super popular. But, going back to the 90s, back in my day when boy.
But I'm just saying that boy band era was massive.
Right.
It was massive. But people were all over the world listening to that.
So, and that's interesting too. The Backstreet Boys or NSYNC have this same pull overseas that One Direction was a super popular band, but I think for like you and I who were alive during that time, maybe it just doesn't have the same ring to it where somebody does, you listen to One Direction for the first time and you gravitate towards that music. You're like, what is this? For us, it's like, well, we've seen this before. We've seen the good-looking guys that can dance and harmonize well and make a lot of money. For us, it's been there, done that. And even, before that, oh my goodness, especially around here, the amount of like women I knew who are older than me, they're like, no, you don't get it. New Kids on the Block was the most popular thing.
That was before my time. So that's a different conversation.
That's the latter.
So here's something from Stool Green. He puts me in a box. This is a good point. Okay. So I was saying to him, I said, I'm not saying the Celtics aren't the answer as having the more impressive run. I'm just arguing based on the way Boston has lost some of these playoff series and during the last few seasons, you could have the conversation about a team like the Pacers and that it's a viable conversation, which interests me. So he says, okay, what's viable about it, though? Missing the playoffs entirely because he's referring to the Pacers who missed it in 97, or having a bad series loss. Then he said, do you believe that the 2016 to 2020 Celtics, those bridgy Celtics, were they more impressive because of all their runs and overachieving and Isaiah Thomas than this Celtics team that won a title, which I think is a good counter?
It's a very good counter by Greenberg. Very good counter. So I'm going to go back to what I said for the Pacers, that this version of the Celtics is a more impressive, or you can say it's a better resume because they won once. They won the finals in 2024. They went to a finals and lost. And that's a good storyline. Now, I know it kind of no-sign, but getting the finals and losing, coming up very short the next year, and then rebounding and having that great year in 24, to me, that to me is more impressive than what anything happened in 2016 to 2020.
Yeah, I mean, I would. My argument to that would be, who did the Celtics in those years lose to? They lose to Cavs. Yeah, they lost to LeBron a couple times.
Bucks
okay,
also.
Yeah. Well, that was
They
with
lost to the Bucks,
that was Kyrie Irving, right? That was
later in that phrase.
So I mean, part of the argument I had for the Pacers was because they literally lost to two of the greatest dynasties the league has ever seen. Now, the Cavs were in a dynasty. LeBron is one of the greatest players the league's ever seen. I just don't feel like their losses were as impressive as the Pacers' losses and the way they won some of those series. Okay, Isaiah Thomas, when you think of what series do you think of when you think of Isaiah Thomas? I think of the Wizards.
The Wizards series.
Right. Like, I'm not thinking of in New York, 8 points in 6 seconds or whatever it was, or the choke symbol, or the shot Jordan, or the shot on Jordan. That's what I think of when I think of Reggie Miller. Taking down, being at his best against the best.
There's also a time period, though, where a lot of the stars in the East were moving west. There were just a lot of examples of that. And I just think that you got to factor that into it, too, is that the Celtics in the Eastern Conference was kind of a weaker conference. A lot of people are saying that.
What, in the 2016 to 2020 era?
Think about it. Westbrook was MVP. You had Golden State out west. Harden was MVP. There was just too many better players out west than, like, Paul George is a good example, right? Like, he was in Indiana, then moved out west, went to OKC, and stayed out there for a while, and then eventually came back. But for those Celtics teams, not to discredit what they did, it just felt like a lot of those teams were all about the same. And none of them had the superstar player that we always saw in the Western Conference.
I just don't think that it's a good counter, but again, I just think that what the Pacers did was more interesting. The Pacers beat some of the greater teams of their era. They went toe-to-toe with the best of the best. And I think the Celtics, yes, they won some series, but on their way to the Eastern Conference Finals, they beat the Bucks, they beat the Bulls. I don't remember who's on. The Wizards, the Sixers.
The other thing
who's on that Sixers team?
The other thing I'll say too, to your thing about the Pacers, it's hard for me to get behind like good losses, because that's effectively what you're saying, that the Pacers has an impressive run because they had good losses, and that's just
but no. I get that, but if you're comparing the Pacers versus those bridgy Celtics, that's all we can do because neither won a title.
Yeah, so I would say that the Pacers team, I would say, had more success because at least they got to the finals. They lost, but at least they got there in the end. Those bridgy Celtics teams, they never got to the finals. They had a chance in 2018. That was maybe their best shot.
But they overshot that year, though. That Pacers team was more of a finished product. They missed the playoffs because I think it was Mark Jackson that got hurt for them.
Something must have happened that they missed the playoffs.
Figure that out.
I'm pretty sure it was, Reggie Miller played all those games. I think it was Mark Jackson that was the fall. But also, you're going into, I think, Brad Stevens' second year. That first year, they won 25 games. They were a disaster, but they were also time to rebuild. The Pierce Garnett era is over. We are waiting for these Nets draft picks. The thing that kind of accelerated everything was Danny Ainge trading for Isaiah Thomas. And I just did my homework on this because I wrote a write-up about Isaiah rejoining the team on 98.5 thesportshub.com. And I think being able to be competitive while also, and look, Danny Ainge 100% fleecing the New Jersey Nets, Brooklyn Nets actually at that time, and turning and also making the prescient moves of drafting Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. You sort of had this convergence of two different identities with those 2016 through 2020 teams where you had Kyrie Irving. Your biggest free acquisition in decades was Al Horford. That was a big deal when it happened.
Yeah.
And then, Kyrie, Gordon Hayward, Al Horford, and then also having a very young Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. So you had the pieces, but you were able to start winning games and making the playoffs because you had these superstars. Ultimately, they had to decide what the identity was going to be, which is probably where some of that friction happened earlier on. But that 2016 team, the 2017 team, when Isaiah Thomas became the king in the fourth, those teams wildly exceeded their expectations,
Right.
I think.
I mean, he was only here for 3 years.
It might have been the most impactful 3 years any Boston athlete has had. Like, I just mean in terms of someone who was literally here for a blink of an eye.
They overachieved. He was fun. They were fun.
He best resembled the city.
Yeah.
That's what people, I think, forget about, is that he was this small, gritty guy. A lot of times, this is why the Boston-New York rivalry is so fierce, is because Boston's looked at a national stage as New York's little brother. It's the smaller East Coast city. They're not as good as New York. People want to go to New York City, not Boston. And I just think that Isaiah Thomas best resembled that underdog mentality that a lot of Bostonians have.
He was all NBA second team.
He
in
finished in
2017.
MVP voting.
It
was incredible.
He did the fifth because that season he averaged just under 29 points. That's a third franchise record behind like John. I think he tied
was incredible.
A John Havlicek record to give you any indication of how significant he was. But even then, that team was not as talented as the Milwaukee Bucks with Giannis, the Cleveland Cavaliers when Kyrie was still there with LeBron. It was great that they were able to win 40 games and accelerate the rebuilding process and help Brad Stevens out, who was a new NBA coach. But ultimately, those teams were never going to get over the top. The Pacers, you're right, Mark, they just ran into like the greatest dynasty.
Yeah, they lost to Shaq.
Of my childhood.
That team, the Magic team that was really good, that beat Jordan's Bulls that year. They lost to that team in the, the Eastern Conference Finals. They lost to the in 7 games.
The Magic had great teams. The Knicks had great teams. The Pacers had great teams. None of those teams were ever going to beat a Michael Jordan-led Bulls team.
They lost to the
that
Bulls.
Pacers
They
team
lost
was
it.
way closer to being a finished product than like the 2016 Celtics were. That just happened to be a great move by Danny Ainge, getting Isaiah Thomas for like nothing.
Yeah.
Marcus Thornton and a draft pick to Phoenix. And
It made them relevant for a couple of years, and it was a good situation. But I don't think they were as impressive as the. I just picked those Pacers teams because of who they lost to. The Knicks, those series with the Knicks, and how they played. Okay, it was like the Bridgie Celtics, clutch, Mr. Fourth Quarter, all that type of thing. But they just beat more impressive teams.
What about the Cavaliers when they were won those playoff series, got to the finals? It was a 5-year stretch, 2014 to 2018. They went to the finals every single year, but they lost 3 of them. So it's 4 years.
They went to the finals. Yeah,
They lost to the Warriors.
What did they do that was inexcusable? How many inexcusable losses are on the resume? That's what I would ask. Because that's the big name. That's the big word I don't want to use. They lost that first finals against the Warriors because Irving and Love went down.
Right.
They probably would have won that if those guys didn't get hurt.
And it
was Kevin Durant and that stacked team. But
that's the Pacers equivalent.
Yeah,
that's my point.
Yeah,
is that to your point and what you've been going off of is that Cavaliers team didn't have as many excusable losses, so that would be the one that you point to as like the modern version of what the Pacers went through. They lost to a generational dynasty.
They also won the championship
once. So maybe it's a little more impressive because they didn't get over the hump.
Is. That's why I didn't include them in the example, in the exercise. All right, 617-779-0985. We're going to get headlines from Jake. More on this. We're going to get to the Red Sox. Back to the Patriots. Drake May, the schedule. Any thoughts on the schedule? The National Football League, everything, the slate entirely. We'll look at that too. Mark Dondero, Jake Seymour, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
So, yeah, we've talked a lot about the Celtics. You want to get a Red Sox thought out there?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Well, you know what frustrated me? I was listening to, I think it was Tuesday, Joe Murray. It's not his fault. I mean, a lot of people talking like this team is still the team from 2003 or 1998 or 2007 or, go back a number of years. I can't stand it. I can't stand the narrative. I can't stand the rhetoric. I can't stand I just can't stand the situation we're in because this team, Jake, talking about what they need to do, talking about what they need to acquire, how bad the lineup is, what they could do to fix the lineup is useless. It's a useless conversation because this team doesn't want to do those things, Jake. This team is uninterested in trying to win at the highest level, and I don't know how we're supposed to handle this. And I don't think talking about how bad the lineup is and what needs to happen or what they could do, the bat they could bring in to pair with this guy they are not trying to do that. So why are we going to talk about it? I mean, I know that's what we have to kind of do, but why? It just feels so wasted. The breath, the energy feels wasted because it doesn't feel like that's what they want to do. And the reason I feel that way is because John Henry used to be a different person, used to do it a different way, but he doesn't anymore. So I know he knows what needs to be done. He doesn't want to. That's the problem I have.
Well, now he's developed a portfolio of assets. Now, he doesn't have just one team that
Threw
he
out
cares
the
about.
P word.
It's all about the money, the portfolio, where the metrics are pointing up. That's all that he seemingly cares about at this point, which, I mean, maybe that's too harsh to put out there, but hey, actions speak louder than words. When you let guys walk in free agency who you shouldn't let walk, trade away star players, what else are we supposed to get to? Alex Bregman should still be a Boston Red Sox. He wanted to play the rest of his career in Boston. He wanted to do that. And for whatever reason, management decided he was going to be worth too much money. That was too much money to pay for somebody like Alex Bregman, given his age and what he was. But what aggravates me the most about that, and I'm going to go back to that because it's a big void of this year's team, is they wanted to flaunt last year how important Bregman was to this team, or so last year's team, excuse me, about the leadership and how he's helping those young guys who they've talked about endlessly the last 4 or 5 years. And they just let Bregman walk like that. And you want to check in on the Cubs? You want to see how they're? Oh, the Cubs are first in the National League Central.
Oh,
29-17. 29-17. Yeah, you'd be the first in the AL East.
See, but now you're doing it.
Funny.
You're doing it though.
Funny.
You're talking about what would get you into first place.
Well,
they don't want to do that. They did what their goal is now to do.
What I'm bringing that up is I'm saying that this is the downfall of ownership because they will refuse to do what is necessary to win.
Or if you,
so I'm supporting your point. Is what I mean by that.
Saying though that they hyped up Bregman last year, that's a good point. I mean, I'm not saying you didn't make a good point. That's a good point. They did do that, and then they turned their cheek on him. Didn't even really come, offer him anything viable, and he left. This is not an organization doing what they're doing. So I'm just saying it frustrates me, and it feels really awkward to sit here and you and me speculate what they could do to become relevant when they're not interested in doing it. That's not how they do business. So why are we, two people completely unaffiliated with the team, going to talk about it?
No, we shouldn't.
It's stupid.
The reason why I bring up the Alex Bregman story is it talks about the lack of direction this team has. That they really don't care about how they go. It's like a roller coaster with them. If some years they're up, they're going to come right back down. They go up again, they come down again. But whatever's going to happen is they're going to make sure that their bottom lines, their money is all set away. Can I just give you a quick sidebar on the Red Sox?
Yeah, I love sidebars.
So yesterday was beautiful outside. Phenomenal day. Okay. So my mom had the weekend off from work. She usually works weekends.
Yep.
And the family was all outside. We were outside hanging out with the dog.
The Seymours.
Great time.
Yep.
Yeah. And we have a gazebo that didn't get up last year. We had it up 2 years ago. And I said to my mom, I said, do you want to get the gazebo up? And we had the gazebo with the TV, go watch sports.
You erect the gazebo.
Great. So we get the gazebo up. We don't have a TV anymore. We did something out of that TV. So I said we could go buy another TV. We can get all set up. She goes, what are you going to watch on the TV? I go, I don't know. Red Sox. And she rolled her eyes at me. Mm-hmm. She's like, the Red Sox? Are you serious? They suck. I'm like, yeah, I know. But that's the state of where the Red Sox are. We talk about summer and the things that you want in the summertime. I want the Red Sox to be good in the summer.
I know.
I
want
like
your
coming
mom
home
to want to see the Sox
from the station and flicking on the game and seeing how they're doing. I like keeping up with it. I like listening to Red Sox talk. And we haven't had that this year because they suck. They're terrible.
See, you're doing it again. What did you say you want? You want the Red Sox to what?
Be good.
You want them to be good.
They don't want to be good.
See, I'm not even that. I'm not even there. I want them to want to be good. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I could deal with them not being able to figure out how to be good. 1993. Whatever. Pick your year where they couldn't figure out how to get over the hump. They're not even there yet. They're not even there where they want to be good. I just want them to want to be good. If they're not good, I'll live with that.
You want them to be competitive.
I want them. Of course I do. But I want them to want to be. I want to feel like they really want to be competitive. And I don't feel that. If they don't end up competitive, I can live with that. Carl Crawford, Adrian Gonzalez, and Hanley Ramirez. Or no, Pablo Sandoval. Whatever that they were trying there. Didn't work out. It ended up bad, actually. But they tried. I didn't question their desire back then. Now I question their desire. And I don't know what's going to get me out of that. So, yes, I want them to be good. But before that, I just want to believe that they actually care.
Well, what's going to get them out of that for you is if they're actually good.
No, that's not necessarily what's going to do it. What's going to do it is they show me through signings and actions and pursuit of top players.
Wasn't that what they did in 25? They brought in Bregman and Chapman.
Okay.
And I know Chapman, there was question there because he was older, but he pitched phenomenal last year. He was a great closer for the Red Sox, probably one of the best in the league. And Bregman was awesome last year as well. So
you're right.
It's the start of last season and that offseason coming off of 2024. It seemed like everything was trending in a positive direction with ownership. Maybe something was finally changing. And here we're back.
You're exactly right.
Same exact.
Because I was on the air here when they acquired Bregman. And I think I said it. That video's still out there. I stated this is a seminal moment for the Red Sox. They are back. They're doing their thing. I mean, I forget exactly what I said, but it was something to the like of that, where that's a real move. And then what happened a few months later? They trade Rafael Devers for nothing and do nothing to replace him. So whatever good, energy or whatever you want to call it, they had generated went out the window.
The goodwill equity.
That's right. A few months later, because they just traded their best hitter and got nothing for him, which was the worst part, and never replaced him.
I think a lot of people let the Red Sox off the hook when they did sign Alex Bregman because I've been out on this team, I think, longer than other people have, and I was kind of disappointed that the reaction for the Alex Bregman signing was what it was, and that we couldn't just go like, they're just appeasing you so you Red Sox fans would shut up and leave him alone for a season. They were never going to bring him back. Mark, I'm wondering if the messaging coming from the top on down with the Red Sox, so I'm talking, we'll never hear from John Henry, but if Sam Kennedy and Craig Breslow took a different approach to their press conferences and their media obligations, would that help you, I don't know, maybe get your head around where the Red Sox are right now? Because I think we all see them as a team that could be better than they are, but they're much, I think at least like the Celtics, there is this unwillingness to extend themselves financially to get talent. If they maybe leaned into more of, remember what we talked about last week with, where Mookie Betts and Xander Bogaerts were, from 2014 up until 2018, where it was like a process of like, let's get our young guys and we're just coming off of this run. If there was, instead of just going, we're committed to winning and then doing nothing to show that you're committed to winning, we care about this city and we care about our fans, despite the fact that nothing that they have done, Bregman signing withstanding, again, he had opt-outs after the first year, guys. That should have been a clue right away. But could that, if maybe they softened their tone a little bit and got a little more realistic, instead of Sam Kennedy insulting the fan base's collective intelligence by calling them liars, or Craig Breslow saying that, we have to fire Alex Cora because we believe in this group right now. And I'm paraphrasing. That's not exactly what he said. But maybe the idea that if they backed off of the same platitudes that they could give out 10 years ago, it might help people like you kind of come to terms with where this team is right now.
I was on board, Ryan, at the start of 2025.
That was your problem.
I was
continue.
Well, okay, but I was there. They were back. Okay, they had a lineup because they had the kids coming. You knew Meyer was coming. You knew Anthony was coming. And going into that season, 2025, remember they got Garrett Crochet in. Now it didn't work out, but I was for the Walker Buehler deal. I thought that could have been something.
And to add on to that, not only did they get Garrett Crochet and give up prospects that Chaim Bloom never would have parted with, they extended him too, which surprised me at least.
Yeah, so they had an ace. So that spoke to me. Okay, they're coming off of a year where Jaron Duran was the All-Star Game MVP. So you got a player there who I'm excited about him. Then you bring in Bregman, real player, winner. Okay, you pair him with Devers, Anthony's coming.
And Crochet. Don't forget about him either.
We didn't forget about
No,
him.
I know, but he just mentioned, I want to re-emphasize
I get what you're saying. No, I get what you're
Sorry,
saying.
I was not on a host
You're not
listening
listening?
moment.
Oh, okay.
I was just, you said if Bregman comes in, I wanted you to.
Yeah, that's what I said. Crochet is an ace. And the Buehler deal, like I said. So those two, I figured that could bump Brian Bayo down a little bit. Maybe he'd be a little bit more at home as a 3 or 4. You got some young pitching coming up. And then the kids. Campbell, I didn't know what to make of him. But all right, we'll give it a chance. And then you have Meyer and Anthony coming with Bregman and Devers already in the lineup. And then at that point, I still had a little hope for Tristan Casas. I'm out now. But it was like, okay, 24 home runs a few years ago. If you could just stay healthy, you might get some. I had a little hope there to go with Wilyer Abreu. I like Connor Wong's defense. And then Rafaela batting 9. Great defensive outfit. I'm fine. I was feeling good. But when you trade Devers for nothing, you ruin everything in that moment.
I think the operative way to look at it is they turned Rafael Devers into Caleb Durbin. And to me, that speaks more of there is this mad dash for the front office to prove that they were right. To show that, no. We don't need high-end players to be competitive. We are going to brute force this third, whatever he was, runner-up in Rookie of the Year. He's 5'6". I'm sure he's a wonderful human being. I don't know anything about him. All I know is that you went from Rafael Devers to Alex Bregman to Caleb Durbin. And I don't think you needed to be this great baseball expert to know that, you're probably not going to score as many runs if this is the model of your lineup. And what's so crazy is, despite how down I have been on them year after year after year, they have somehow built a very competitive pitching staff this year.
Yes, they have.
And that's without Garrett Crochet.
Yeah.
And I think, while I can compliment them on one hand, I will kill them with the other hand, because you had Peyton Tolley and Connolly early ready to go. I don't think that necessitated. I don't think they needed to go and get Ranger Suarez and even Sonny Gray. If you wanted Sonny Gray, fine, I guess, but I'm always going to second guess their approach to, all right, well, if we free up money for Alex Bregman, what do we do? Maybe get a bat in the lineup, which is all I heard the beginning of Joe's show, by the way, on Tuesday. Mark, I will say it had a very
get a bat in the lineup. Like, they are actually trying or care about that.
It's the idea of, I want something to watch in this summer. The Seymours want something to watch.
The Seymours, damn it.
This summer. But unfortunately, the way that this lineup is constructed right now, combined with, I think, the overall philosophy, I don't know that you're going to get that. And what worries me more is that it turns into this reactionary thing. A lot of people think that the Rafael Devers signing in the first place was a reaction to the bad publicity that they were getting. A lot of people think that Alex Bregman and that signing was a reaction to the bad publicity. I'm afraid that they are going to go out and do something for the sake of doing it, and it's not going to work. I would have so much more respect for where this team is going, guys, if they would just turn and go, look, things are different now, okay? We think we can build a winner, but it's going to be a different approach than we have taken. We want to empower our young players. We want to empower our pitching staff. But instead, I think they like the idea, at least I think John Henry likes the idea of Red Sox fans, Yankees fans, Dodgers fans, it doesn't matter because whoever occupies our ballpark is still paying tickets. And they're going to pay high ticket prices, by the way, because those have not come down despite the payroll not being what it was. I think for them, it's just, hey, people are coming to these games no matter what. Like, why do we need to keep spending the amount of money that we've been spending? When John Henry told you the quiet part out loud, baseball teams are expensive.
Yep.
Soccer is where my mind is right now. Hockey is where my mind is right now. Baseball, no. Been there, done that. It's you're not going to have the same return. And I think if they would just lean into that a little bit, I think for people like me and maybe even people like you, I wouldn't get so bent out of shape when other people talk about wanting the Red Sox to be good again.
617-779-0985. Yeah, we all want that, but I just don't think they do. And talking about it feels awkward because it's just not a relevant thing for the people running the team.
The beginning of Joe's show on Tuesday was so optimistic and full of hope, and I want something to be good. But then when you got to 10 o'clock when the game was over, I think Kyle Schwarber, it was another 2-1 loss, and they weren't hitting. You know, there was this like realization that this is what they are now.
I'm just gonna. We have to go to break. We're way over, right? We're gonna go to break. We have to figure it out. My point is though, I don't want to hear Ryan and Jake a conversation about how they really messed that up with Kyle Schwarber and they really misevaluated what he could have brought to this team. No. They knew what he could have brought. They knew. They're not that dumb. They knew what he could have brought. They decided consciously to pass and let him go. So it's not, what a misevaluation. You know, which back in the day maybe was Dan Duquette thinking that Roger Clemens was done in the twilight, but he actually wasn't. That's a misevaluation. This, Schwarber, 2021, they knew what he could do. You can see he's got the best hands this century, arguably. Forearms, wrists, hands, unbelievable talent. They knew that. They just decided they didn't want to deal with the paying them. So it's not about knowledge or messing up because you misevaluated. No, they don't want to.
It's philosophy.
It's top on down philosophy. They're willing to do what needs to be done. 617-779-0985. Mark, Jake, we'll be back at 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
I have it, that's fine. But it's reality based on what they've done. You know one thing I don't care about at all, Jake, honestly?
What's that?
Tom Brady coming back here to call a game.
You don't care about that?
Do not care. I don't think it's a big deal. I don't understand why it's a big deal. Again, I don't know. Maybe it's because I view him as an owner of the Raiders. I just don't think him. So what is that going to do? He's going to be in a production meeting with Mike Vrabel? Was he going to stick his head out of the booth and they can cheer? I mean, whatever. I don't think it's a nothing burger for me. It doesn't move the needle at all that Tom Brady is coming back to call a Patriots game.
I think it's the only thing I would push back against that is the Brady drama just never is going to go away at this point. In case in proof of what happened yesterday, I guess he was at a commencement speech at Georgetown University.
Yeah, what happened yesterday?
I literally just rolled this.
Was that where he was wearing the leather suit?
Throw you on it. Oh, so he wore a leather suit yesterday at some Gucci event.
Out on leather suits. Out.
I just saw it very quickly.
I like my wife in leather pants. I've seen her wear those. I'm for that.
But out on a leather suit.
A man in a leather suit, I'm out.
Yeah. So Brady dissed Bill Belichick at his commencement speech at Georgetown University. I just sent this to you on Twitter. I'm sorry.
I'll find it.
I just Twitter DM'd it to you. I don't mean to throw you on the spot like that, so apologies. But basically, he dissed him. And I just think any time Brady comes back to Foxborough, there's always that
He dissed Bill Belichick yesterday?
Yeah, he gave
Didn't Belichick just say they should name the Lombardi Trophy the Brady Trophy?
I saw that same. I'm so happy you brought this up. I saw that same clip from a stupid aggregator, which I hate aggregators. They're so dumb. That clip was from like 6 years ago.
So it wasn't recent.
No.
Okay.
And I didn't know that because I was going to do a write-up on it, and I dug into it. I was like, wait a minute, this was from 6 years ago.
Okay. Yeah, I thought I had heard that before. I didn't even watch the clip.
No, you're right. I saw it on Twitter as well. But.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think the relationship is pretty solid for the most part.
He's definitely poking fun. That's what it is. But
I think it's probably more tongue in cheek. I didn't see it, but
he's at a commencement speech in Washington.
Yeah,
in Washington at Georgetown University, and he has to throw a little jab. Why? What is the benefit to that now? You're retired. You won the debate. You won the argument. You have a trophy, a statue. He doesn't. You have more Super Bowls than him as a head coach versus quarterback. I'm not going to count the coordinator one, so that's separate. And you still feel the need to throw some kind of jabs at him or throw something at him. Why? Even now, you're retired. You have a better career post-Patriots than what Belichick has. He's terrible right now at UNC. I don't know.
So here's Tom Brady, robes and all.
Yeah, let me hear it.
At the Georgetown University commencement speech.
The one thing I've learned through sports is the only time you're sure to lose is when you quit. In life and work, you guys are going to get knocked down a lot. How are you going to navigate those moments? Are you going to push through the self-doubt? I want you to challenge yourself with ideas that are uncomfortable and people who push you to be your very best. Even if one of those people is a cranky old coach who cuts the sleeves off his sweatshirt and screams at you all day, do your job.
He's poking fun, but
he's more poking fun. I don't think that's a diss.
I mean, it kind of is. He's poking fun.
I think he's trying to be funny at Belichick's expense.
Right. What's the point of that?
To be funny.
Yes, but you're at a commencement speech. He could have made it about himself. He could have done a self-appreciating joke, or whatever. Like it could have been about anything in his life, but instead he chose to go at his former coach and make a little poking fun. He's obviously. I hope it's in jest. It looks like it is, but I just feel like the point is with this Dondero. Anytime Brady comes back to Foxborough, there's something with this. There's something with him and Belichick, with him and the Crafts, him and the Patriots.
You're not wrong there.
This drama will never, ever, ever go away. I don't know why it won't ever go away. Everyone just seems to bring it up no matter what time of the year it is or whenever it happens. But this is another example of him just keeping it alive. And same thing with Belichick. Belichick's not, any different, and the Patriots aren't the same. Like they all do it. But that's just interesting to me. Why? Why is it like this?
Well, I mean, obviously there were hard feelings when he left, and Belichick ushering him out the door has to be a big part of that, I would think. The Hall of Fame will be interesting when they both go in and how that unfolds. I think that could be another chapter in this. You're right.
So that's why it's interesting he's coming back to announce, because it's another time to, hear this dialogue and hear this drama and hear everything that happened. That's why it's interesting.
Nobody's really talked about Bill Belichick's second year at North Carolina.
No, it's been pretty
What's
quiet.
that going to be like?
Someone mentioned that to me just the other day. Like, we haven't heard from Bill Belichick in a while.
What's that year going to be
people
like?
don't
Do they
care
have any
about it.
players on that team?
I go,
How many guys get drafted, by the way, at NFL team number 33 or
was
whatever?
it 0?
I think it was 0 players.
It was. I would just say, for people that are wondering where Bill Belichick is, I think wasn't last year the summer of Bill and Jordan where I felt like a lot of time was focused on just every single media faux pas those two are making. Give it time, guys. That OSHA, days without incidents, Bill Belichick thing, we'll reset that, I think, as we start getting closer to college football. Because I also saw the same comment that Bill was saying, something to the effect of, we should rename the Lombardi Trophy the Tom Brady Trophy. I don't know, maybe Bill Belichick, look, he's always said that, it starts with the players. He might say one thing and believe something else. Maybe it's just an instance as he gets older and he's further away from, being the cock of the walk in Foxborough. And now it's hard. It's hard now, Bill, isn't it, to reach people in their 20s? It's tough to reach Generation Alpha.
It is,
isn't it?
Amazing.
Maybe he looks at it and goes, man, I really had it good. Maybe I shouldn't have been such a creep to Tom Brady at every single opportunity.
Somebody should write a book or do a podcast on this. But, can you imagine? It's just stunning to me. How if so-and-so, call it Belichick or Brady, but call it Belichick, if he retired at a different time, and I know he's not even retired, but imagine he retired immediately following that second Rams Super Bowl and just did his thing. How different his legacy would be, how different his life would be. Never got rid of Tom Brady, never exposed himself to those Patriots years after Brady. Never did the North Carolina fiasco. He would legitimately be the king. He'd be the king of football.
You'd be asking him basically, what if Rowe never fell?
Right.
You got rid of his downfall.
It would be a completely different view of Bill Belichick than we've had. Completely different.
Just a quick Google search, too, collegefootballnews.com. They published, before spring practices, a preview of the ACC in football and ranking all the teams.
Yep.
UNC, of the 17 teams in the ACC, ranked 14th.
Yeah. Well, you want their schedule? TCU at home, not going to be easy. They smoked them last year. Then you got East Tennessee State at home. So that's, they think it's a win. Okay. Then they go at Clemson, Notre Dame at home, at Pitt. Not easy. Then a rivalry game at Duke. Not easy. Then they get Syracuse at home. Syracuse can be good. They've kind of turned it around a little bit. Then they get Miami at home. Loss. At UConn. I don't know. And then Louisville, at Virginia, NC State. So there's a good chance they could end up, 1-5 or something to start the season.
I would not be surprised I agree. I think things are getting tougher for Bill Belichick. And I'm not saying things were ever super easy, but I think the lifestyle he was afforded when he was the guy.
The cock of the walk.
Sole decision maker, the cock of the walk in Foxborough.
I got to use that more.
I think it's a great term, and we can say it on the radio. But point is, I think as he gets further away from that, Jake, if he had not retired after that Rams Super Bowl, because I don't think anybody has the foresight to know it's
no. And I'm not saying he should have. I'm just saying if he had.
I get what you're saying. It's so rare for anybody to have the foresight to go, it's never going to be better than it is right now. If anything, people like Bill Belichick go, I am so damn good at this. Why would I ever walk away from this? I'm commanding.
They'd rather get dragged off the field.
I am commanding a general manager's salary and I am commanding a head coach's salary. And people say that I am the greatest head coach of all time. I think the further he gets away from it, just to kind of tie the commencement speech dig, like, why is he doing this? And I guess I kind of get it to a point where I think the further Bill Belichick gets away from his legacy, I think he's going to start to realize, like, man, I really had it good, and maybe I didn't appreciate it for what it was at the time. Maybe I didn't appreciate Tom Brady for how good he was at the time, and we basically know that for a fact with the amount of times that there were stories about Bill Belichick trying to move on from him way too early. And I think when Tom Brady hears that kind of stuff, there's almost like that resentment kind of comes back, where he's going, hey, I wanted to make it work. In fact, I did make it work despite how miserable you were making me, especially towards the end when that Tom versus Time documentary was coming out and Giselle's
Guerrero.
talking about respect.
Yeah.
I can't have a strength coach. I can't have a guy. Jason Tatum has a guy. I can't have a guy. So I think that might start to happen a little bit more, where in moments where Bill Belichick might come up, that, Tom Brady hears him trying to be cordial, hears Bill Belichick trying to be cordial, and goes, F you.
So
where was that 10 years ago when I needed it?
No matter what they do or say or how many times they kiss and make up, there's always going to be the fact that Belichick ushered out Tom Brady.
Absolutely.
And he's always, Tom, the maniacal competitor, he is always going to remember that. Even if they are cordial now, I'm sure they're fine. I'm sure, I don't know this, but I'm sure they have a fine relationship. But that is always going to exist. It always will. So as long as that exists, you have to factor that into any interaction or comments made by either person. Because that's what it is.
The other thing I'll say, too... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Cut you off. But North Carolina's schedule, still no BC game. When are we going to get Belichick back?
Well, I mean, they played here the year before he took the job.
Yeah, and I know all these schedules are way in advance. I understand that. But, man, I want to see Belichick at Boston College.
Let's get Mike in New Hampshire. Hey, Mike.
Yeah, I guess the question for the Red Sox is, there are bats out there. There are players out there.
Yep.
Brent Rooker, O'Neal Cruz. There are guys that play on teams that stink, that are never going anywhere. Why? I don't understand how they can't go get a guy like that. Whether they're under contract or not, they have prospects. Corbin Carroll, they're on bad teams. Why can't we go just trade and get them? What's the holdup?
Thank you for the call and for the question, Mike. What do they cost? What would you have to give up? Do they cost? I mean, because I feel like that's the question we're allowed to ask. But if they're not interested in being as aggressive as you want them to be to pursue wins, what do you want me to say? I don't know if they're interested in doing that and working out the numbers so they can pay a player like any of the ones Mike just mentioned. I don't know if they want to do it.
They don't. The problem, too, with this team is, you said it, the want. What do they want to do? What's the plan with them? And the thing that we kind of talked about, and to kind of put a bow tie on the discussion with last year, why you were so excited, because they brought in all the guys, and it seemed like things were going to tread in the right direction. Well, now they're starting talking about more young players, and listen, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. That's not going to happen again. I don't want to hear any of this. More young guy, look at the guys in the pipe. No. I don't care where you rank in the MLB pipeline. I don't care what prospect you have. I really don't care where you draft. What I care about is where the Boston Red Sox are performing in the AL East and the American League and Major League Baseball as a whole. Outside of that, you can take your prospects, take the pipeline, and shove it. I don't care.
I just think it's just an irrelevant conversation at this point. Not to say it couldn't become relevant. Give me a name of a class you took in college.
A class?
Any class you took in college.
I took a sports reporting class. I think it was Intro to Sports Reporting.
Did you do a project?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so let's just say he had a project for his sports reporting class. That'd be like us sitting here together and trying to talk about what you could do to make your project in sports reporting from college better. That's what this conversation with the Red Sox feels like sometimes. Because that part of your life is over.
Yeah.
That project is over. You don't do that project. You're not doing that project. You're not working on it. There's no grade. It's over. You did it. That's not part of your life anymore. That, to me, feels like the Red Sox. Talking about what they can do to improve the lineup is like talking about your sports reporting project in college.
It's a good analogy.
Because it's done. They don't care. It's not a part of their life anymore. So why are we wasting energy talking about it?
And you know where the Red Sox are treading, like they're dangerous where they're going, is that right now, these games don't really matter. The game-to-game basis, right now, does it matter to say, oh, what if this player's playing here and this hitter's in this position? Because we know what this team is. They're not a good team. And I know, I just saw, and the reason why I bring this up too is because I saw Tom Caron tweet this out. He tweeted out, how bad and wide open is the American League wildcard race? Boston's 5-5 record in the last 10 games is tied for the best record amongst the teams shown here. And the Red Sox right now are 2 games back from the wild card. And that looks cute. It's nice. It's a good little thing to say, oh, the Red Sox, they're still in it. But we all know that this franchise is bigger than a wild card appearance. Come on.
I saw there's a video from back in the day. It's of Dave Portnoy, Barstool Sports.
Yeah.
And he's at the 1999 ALCS. It's like fan video. He gets interviewed, him and his buddies or whatever. Can you imagine? Obviously the Red Sox lost that series. It wasn't even close to the Yankees. Can you imagine if you told that guy who would create Barstool and do all these things, what's going to happen is this owner is going to come in. He is going to lead this franchise that's been cursed. You just got killed by the Yankees in '99. He's going to lead them to 4 World Series championships. He's going to do it with 3 different managers, okay? 3 different general managers, different star players. He's going to lead them to 4 championships. But 25 years from now, you're going to have a shirt made with his face on it with a clown nose. He wouldn't know what to say. What? He's going to lead us to 4 championships. He's going to bring us out of this cursed environment that we've been in for 86 years. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to create a shirt that says, "Sell the team, you clown." That's where we are, though. And he's right. It shouldn't be this way. We shouldn't be here after what John Henry has accomplished. It's just this despicable act.
It's been a terrible 8 years, and it goes back to what you mentioned too with Belichick. Like, what if you got rid of that downfall? What we're experiencing now is Henry's downfall. These last 8 years have been a terrible time for the Red Sox.
Yeah, but what makes it almost feels worse because I think Belichick just wasn't as good as people thought because he didn't have Tom Brady anymore. The Red Sox, I think, just decided we're not going to do business the way we used to. We know what the business of winning takes. We're not going to do it. And they just decided to move away from it. 617-779-0985. We're going to get a break in. Mark Dondero, Jake Seymour, 98.5, the Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5, the Sports Hub.
Yeah, I understand that point. Like, I like being outside. I like going fishing and being outdoors. Yeah. But I just outside of actually the heat gets me. The humidity really. Hot, humid, out. Don't like that. No.
I lived in Georgia and Mississippi, and it's real hot down there.
Yeah.
So I got into it. I could play golf down there in the summer. Nobody's out. It's like the winter here. Like you just don't go out. You stay in the air conditioning. I would play 18 holes in about 2 hours. It was awesome. Wow. I would just get in the cart. You put the little hat on, the sun hat, whatever, a bucket hat. Get in the cart, and nobody's on the course. You are done in 2 hours. Awesome.
That does sound nice, too. Yeah, guess what? In the summertime, I wouldn't have to walk home in a blizzard like I did during the AFC Championship. I think I was here for that Sunday morning, and it snowed and the roads were awful, and I walked home. Mark and I, we are simpatico on this. Give me the heat all day.
You walked home in the middle of a blizzard?
Yeah. My car don't go in snow, Jake.
Oh.
Yeah, I left it here. I ended up leaving it here for like 4 days, I think, in the parking garage.
I'm also, my wife...
yeah, I hate winter.
She's a guidance counselor, so she's off in the summers, and she's just in a better mood. She calls it Summer Gen, and I'm for Summer Gen. So, I like that time of year, typically. But yeah, I mean, I'm not a skier. I don't ski.
I don't ski either.
It doesn't really... I don't get excited for ski. I don't give a rip. There's more things I do in the summer.
It's more manual labor to be done in the wintertime. I know, I think there are people, I think there are guys, because I'm getting it in my neighborhood right now. Like yesterday was like that first really, really nice day on the weekend. And all I heard were leaf blowers, lawn mowers, hedge clippers. I think
mulch.
That's the time. Oh my God, the mulch talk on the midday show.
They do some mulch talk?
Zoe loves getting the mulch.
I love mulch. I love mulch.
So I think and like the smell of it too.
Oh, I love it.
It's great.
I love the smell of mulch.
No plastic bits in it. You don't cheap out on that mulch.
No.
I think there is like enjoyment for like people that like to do yard work, gardening, stuff like that. Whereas in the winter time, it's like I have to shovel. If I want to get anywhere, I have to shovel. They will ticket me if I don't shovel my driveway or my front walk. People get hurt. People slip and fall. What's the worst thing you got to? Well, sunburn, maybe a mosquito bite, maybe a bee sting if we're getting crazy. No. I think just the day-to-day activities that one has to do, like cutting grass, so much more enjoyable. The smell of fresh cut grass, it's awesome. What does snow smell like? Nothing. It's just dark and dreary and wet.
That's great.
Jake, my goal is we are going to make you a summer person by the time the show is over. I'm going to point out all the bad things.
It's not going to happen. I lived in Arizona for 3.5 years. It was just probably peak hot summer weather, and I actually didn't mind the weather there. Was it hot?
It's not as humid there, right?
But it's dry.
I'd love to tell you about the dry heat in Arizona.
The dry heat's great. I didn't mind it.
So another huge summer song for me. Okay, Where the Party At? Jagged Edge featuring Nelly. Okay, and I'm going to tell you. I'm going to give you the significance of that song. I was listening to that song summer 2001. Okay, my friend and I were messing around with a home movie camcorder. We were doing like this dance video, what I guess would have been the equivalent of a TikTok video back then. And in that video, I love this. In that video, I'm wearing a Tom Brady Michigan jersey. Okay, so on the camera, there I am. I've tweeted this out. Tom Brady Michigan jersey, timestamp, August 15th, whatever it was, 2001. So I brag that I'm the only person with proof that they had maybe the first Tom Brady jersey in New England. Because that was a month before Bledsoe went down and Brady went in. He was just the backup. Nobody even cared about him then. August 15th, 2001. It was literally like a month later when Bledsoe got hit by Mo Lewis. And he went in. And I have the picture with the timestamp of me in his jersey.
What a memory.
And Nelly was like king of the world back then. You put Nelly, it was because when you said Jagged Edge, I'm like, I do remember that because, again, growing up listening to Jammin' 94.5, it was like Nelly and somebody else. And if you put Nelly on with anybody, they were going to have a hit. I'm playing this when we come back from our next break.
So Zoe is talking about some mulch.
Yeah.
Send me a couple pics and it looks damn good over there.
That's what I'm saying.
And he's like me. Black mulch.
Back me up.
Black mulch is the one.
There
we go with the black mulch because I think it pops more. I used to be more for the brown mulch, and I'll be honest with you. My wife sort of said, what about this black? And ever since then, we got married, we got the house, whatever. The black mulch, I think it pops a little bit more.
Interesting. I like the red
It can
mulch.
fade, which I don't love, but when it's down and it's hot and it's smelling good, it pops.
Fresh mulch on a hot summer day, Jake. I'm telling you.
No, it's a good smell. I'm not saying I'm out in the summer. I'm just telling you the winter's better. The cold's better.
You're entitled to your opinion, especially as an adult. It's not like you're off all summer.
like-
And if you were off, you know
That's
what
the
would happen.
biggest thing. When you're a kid, you love summer because there's no school.
Well, yeah.
So
But you know how it is as an adult. Like even I'm off today. I got nothing. No, you always have something. Somebody's gonna, the kids need something. Your wife, or there's something around the house you have to do. You're never off.
That's what I said at the start of the show. Like, the summer, winter, it all kind of washes together once you hit a certain point in life. And then eventually one day you will have something where nothing's going on. And you go, what's going on? Oh, it's May. Summer's almost here. I had no idea because I've been living the routine from, the previous months on.
Yeah, that's
Do I mulch the rose
He does
bushes?
it right.
Yeah.
Look, that looks like
he gets the truck dropped off and then
Surprised Zoe doesn't call in.
Does
Give
he
us
have
the
a
real
trim
mulch
there? It looks
update.
like he's got a little bit of a trim.
Scott and
edging.
Rentham.
That's what I'm saying. Do we do the front? Do we just do the rose bushes? Do we do the
nice.
rhododendrons? In winter, it's like, do I take this pile of snow and put it over here, or do I take this pile of snow and put it over here? Do I break the ice dams now, or do I shovel now, or do I wait until it all accumulates and goes?
Last year,
Do you guys have a snowblower? Or a
No,
pile?
'cause my
This is your
driveway's
problem.
not big.
This is your problem. No, you need the snowblower.
No, I don't
Yes,
need it. My
you do.
driveway's not big. I have a
But
tiny
just to have
driveway.
it, it's nice. It
I
makes
don't need
everything
it.
easier.
I shovel the snow.
You can also shovel, but shoveling and snowblowing is a far superior combination. It's more efficient.
That's you know what.
And you have the gadgets.
No, I don't need it. I can shovel the driveway quickly.
Just objectively, I don't know. If I owned a snowblower, maybe I would warm up to the idea of winter being better than summer. Because really, like, just dealing with snow is like 99%. Actually, no. Dealing with snow is 80%. The sun going down at 4 o'clock is the other 20%.
In terms of, we're talking about this like homeowner type of, whatever, snowblower, all
Things
these
I'll
tools, the
never know
toys.
anything about.
Okay. I don't know if I said this on the air, but you know what my pride and joy is in terms of the tools of the trade being a homeowner? Have an axe. It's awesome. Okay. I love the axe. I'll use the axe every chance I get. I'll use the axe, and when I do use the axe, I'll try to, if my wife can get over like near the window, I'll try to get it near the window so she can get a look and stuff. Maybe that does something for me. But there was one time we had a tree from some ice storm come down, like a big branch fell down. And it was too big to do all myself, but I cut part of it down with an axe and just organized it a little bit for when the tree people came. The tree people arrive, and these are the professionals.
Were they
and I
impressed?
go out to meet them. And these are one of the best moments of being a homeowner for me. The guy's he's looking at me, he's looking at the tree, he's looking at the branch, he looks at the tree, looks at the branch again. He goes, "Did you use an axe?" I go, "I'm effing right, I used an axe." That was what a moment for me. Okay, and then they dealt with the tree with their professional equipment, but I took that sucker.
So he
down
was
with it.
impressed?
He was impressed.
Wow.
There's some middle ground here. I'm just my producer brain. I'm thinking like, all right, Mark obviously likes tools of the trade.
No, I just the axe.
just
that axe.
Just
like
the
the
axe.
fact that you're like, oh, is the missus looking? Is she going to catch? The
I use every advantage I can.
But then the other side of it is like I'm thinking about you, and I'm also thinking about Hardy, who also loves the gadgets and the tools of the trade and the joys of being a homeowner. Is there some kind of like middle ground podcasting that we can do here? Because again, do you like the push mower, or do you like the
push mower?
Okay,
I just got a push mower. A new push mower last year was a good purchase for me.
Won't use a chainsaw. Won't use a snowblower. Won't use an electric lawnmower. But then the other side of it is Hardy likes to watch the guys, remove the tree, likes to watch the guys doing any kind of construction, something like that. There's something there. There's something there. There's some kind of home improvement podcast.
Oh, don't forget about Maz too. He's got the
Maz
blower,
is
the
he's
Gravely
king
tractors.
of blowers. Yeah.
We did home improvement roundtables sometime in the summer.
No, I got this. I bought it was more of like a wide mouth mower. So it was a wider mower. A walk behind, but it is a beautiful machine. I enjoy using it. That's my snow blower. Maz loves the snow blower. I prefer the lawnmower.
I like the plows too, the trucks. It's great.
What are you talking about? Like a Kubota?
No, like a plow you put on a truck to move snow.
Oh.
That's great.
I'm okay. If you can do that, I
appreciate a nice setup.
Sure,
with the plow and a good truck.
All right. 617-779-0985. More on the Patriots. We want to go back a little bit to those Patriots and their schedule because I'm just excited. I can't wait for the slate of games this year. I'm jacked up about the schedule and what they're going to see and what they're going to face. Drake May too. Mark Dondero, Jake Seymour, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
I think it's a big deal. I talked about earlier in this show what I think the Patriots are capable of coming out of the gate. I think 4-2 is very realistic. And I think the worst case scenario would be 3-3. But has anybody discussed the Jets, by the way, and the Dolphins, out of the picture for me? Does anybody think they could contend for the AFC East?
No.
No.
Absolutely not.
I don't think so. Based on the transitional period that they're dealing with in Miami and the Jets, Geno, come on. Okay. Has anybody talked about the Bills' schedule to start the season?
I'm not.
I'm just, because I feel like that's a huge advantage. Go look at the Bills' schedule to start the season, because that could be a huge advantage for the Patriots if you're talking about division winners and making the playoffs. Okay, here's Buffalo's schedule to start the season. At Houston, Detroit, the Chargers at home, the Patriots at home, at the Rams. This is a tough 5 games there to start the season.
And at Vegas, too, so they're probably going to do like a big, long West Coast road trip, so they're going to be on the road.
So, yeah, that's tough. And then who's after Vegas?
Bye week.
And then Baltimore. Okay?
An early bye week.
Early bye week and then
sign.
Baltimore. Now, it eases up a little bit after that at Minnesota, Jets, Dolphins. You get into there. But my point is, that's a hard stretch of games. They could be in a hole early, and that division could essentially be wrapped up early for the Patriots.
I mean,
if the Patriots start 4-2, let's just say that, and Buffalo goes 2-4, if you're the New England Patriots and Drake May, MVP caliber quarter, you're not giving up that lead. Especially if you've beaten the Bills in that Week 4 matchup.
It'll be interesting, guys, if, say, we do follow that premise and, the Patriots do have a good start to the season with Buffalo. I mean, those are all, with the exception of Detroit, who was a fringe playoff team last year, those are all teams that were competitive throughout the majority of the season. And when you just line it up directly with where the Patriots are, where in theory the Patriots window has just opened, things can get really ugly in Buffalo, again, assuming that things don't go well early for them. With a new coach and then Josh Allen, and they didn't really do a ton I know they overpaid for DJ Moore, but I think you're putting a ton of pressure on Josh Allen to have to be great, which, he's arguably the best quarterback playing football right now. But just objectively, it's a lot when you think about Buffalo's window kind of closing and this being it, enough that they decided to fire Sean McDermott and hire Joe Brady, that they're going, this isn't working.
With a rookie head coach.
We don't have anything to show for it. We have to do something. It's not again, to play along, it's not a great landing spot for September. I think Josh Allen ultimately will be okay, but yeah, if you're Joe Brady, it's a lot to concern yourself with. But then, Jake, you bring up the point also that there's going to be more travel later on in the season too, and that could also wear on.
That's a good point. I was just saying, Jake, I don't think the Patriots' schedule is as tough because of the way the games break down. Okay, Seattle is going to be tough. Then Pittsburgh at home, you need to win that game. Then it's going to be tough at Jacksonville, at Buffalo, it's tough. But then Vegas and New York Jets at home, you got to win those. You're going to win those games. Oh, tough game at Chicago, but then you get at Miami, a joke. And then you get tough games, Green Bay, Detroit, but both at home. Okay, then you got to go on the road at LA, bye week in there, at LA against Buffalo at home, tough. But then you get the Vikings at home, easier game. Then you get at Kansas City, but then you get at the Jets. Then you have to get Denver in Gillette, but then you get Miami at home. There's never this brutal stretch where it's, man, that's just an absolute gauntlet versus Buffalo. I just gave you the start. At Houston, Detroit, Chargers, Patriots, at Rams. How about the one later in the year? Check that. Kansas City at home, at New England, at Green Bay, Bears at home, at Denver. Those are two. See, that's harder to me than the Patriots. Two brutal stretches within a schedule of 5 gauntlet games. That is more difficult to consume than what the Patriots are dealing with.
And to start and to end, like you bring up a good point about this, is that it is a really tough first 6 weeks, and they're ending tough too. And that Denver game, by the way, is at Denver on Christmas Day. So they're going to be traveling over the holiday, short week coming off of a Saturday game. So I guess not really a short week in the sense of.
And did they play on Thanksgiving too? Thanksgiving Day and Christmas
November
Day?
26th. Yeah. So they got all the prime times.
Jeez.
But also, too, this can be a warning or maybe foreshadowing about what the Patriots will become at this point. Because that's one thing that's changing with the NFL is they're starting to get on to every holiday. It's not just Thanksgiving, it's Christmas. And you're starting to see more and more of these kind of crowding games on these holidays. That's something that the Patriots with the Brady dynasties never had to deal with because there was no Christmas game. They had Thanksgiving, sure, but that was really the only one. It felt like there was none of these international games like there are today or these weird Wednesday tacky opener games. So that to me is something to keep an eye on as the Patriots start to build and if they get to the point where we all think they're going to get to, and that's being a legitimate contender in the AFC and winning Super Bowls again. You're going to start to see Drake May become the Josh Allen type quarterback, and he's going to be in these games that are really hard scheduling wise. I
just think the Bills' schedule's harder, and I think that's going to be a factor if you're talking about getting back to the playoffs.
Well, especially if you look at they have Detroit, they see Houston, then Detroit, then the Chargers. Last year they opened in Baltimore. Baltimore choked, and Buffalo ended up winning by 1 point, and then I think they had the Jets, the Dolphins, and the Saints. So they opened up, they went 4-0, and their first loss was to the Patriots.
They were 4-0, yeah.
I think the AFC East collectively had a pretty easy start to the beginning of the year, which is also kind of what makes the two losses to Las Vegas and Pittsburgh for the Patriots equally maddening. I guess I'll pose it like this. So you're saying, 4-2. You're not worried at all about the travel that this team is dealing with in September. And now granted, I don't think, the planes are all right, but it's still, you're out in Seattle and then you're in Jacksonville in the summer, basically. It's late September. And then in Buffalo, compared to, I think 3 of their first 4 games last year were at home and they struggled. So as far as you guys are concerned, that opening stretch of games, no big deal.
They've been really good on the road with Vrabel in May. I'm honestly more concerned for the but I'm not that concerned because, that's later in the schedule, so I'm not as worried about that one. But like you said, the Seattle game is a Wednesday, so they're going to have a long stretch of time before so I'm not worried about that. So it's hot in Jacksonville. I don't give figure it out. It's hot. It's going to be hot here all summer.
I think when it comes to the road thing that you bring up, because they were 8-0 last year on the road, which is a good mark.
And 2 road playoff games.
Yeah, it's good. But outside of the playoff, just going to the regular season, they also didn't cross the Mississippi. The closest they got was New Orleans, which literally is on the Mississippi River pretty much. So the traveling was extremely light. They're going to be the 5th most mileage travel team this year.
Fine.
That should be difficult for them.
Not going to be. But if you want me to sit here and say that that's some sort of game changer, or that's going to ruin their season, the miles, that's ridiculous. And I don't think if they're worth a damn, that's
you're right. You are right about that. But I don't want to discount how this is a new challenge that we haven't seen Vrabel and May overcome. Yes, we've seen them go on the road and take care of business and win those games. We haven't seen them do it when they're traveling to different time zones and consistently doing that.
It's a good point. I'm just saying in a vacuum, from a micro sense, that could factor into a game here or a game there. I don't think overall big picture, traveling is not going to be what derails this Patriots season.
No, it's not like they're traveling in steerage or anything.
No, it's going to be injuries or the worst case scenario would be Drake May not living up to what we think he is.
And I think Jake just nailed it right there, the not performing thing. So I'll ask this question again: if you think that they're going to go 4-2 to open the season,
I do.
Does the amount of playoff games or playoff teams from last year that they are seeing early on, does that dissuade you at all? Seattle, obviously Super Bowl winners. Pittsburgh, Jacksonville, Buffalo, Vegas, and the Jets, no. But then you see Chicago, playoff team, improved. The Dolphins, trash. Green Bay made the playoffs. They were a wild card team. And then you get Detroit, again, who is a fringe kind of contender playoff team. Compared to last year, where I think the most challenging game in that stretch outside of Buffalo might have been Tampa. And we kind of had to hype up Tampa. You were getting Cleveland. I think you got Tennessee. You got Carolina.
Tampa was a big game at the time.
Atlanta. You got a lot of cannon fodder early in the year.
Yep.
And the thing that really, I think, helped the Patriots out then is they were better than all those bad teams. I think that the measurements have come in much tighter now, where now you are playing teams on your level. Not only that, you're playing teams on your level at the beginning of the year where historically the Patriots have been easier to pop. I would not feel as confident as you based on the amount of tough teams that they have to see very early on. I know Gasper outlined a stretch of the season later on in 8 games where it's a very daunting travel schedule. I'm going to point to this first stretch before the bye week and go, man, there are not a lot of, outside of, the Jets and maybe the Dolphins, there are not a lot of soft landings for this team at the start of the year.
I just think when you look at the Patriots schedule, I'm going to categorize it by back-to-back road games. You have back-to-back road games to start the year, weeks 3 and 4, then 7 and 8 at Chicago, at Miami, and you don't go back-to-back on the road until the end of December when you're at Kansas City, and then you're at New York, which is pretty much a home game because it's New York. Like, how bad of traveling is that? Hour and a half flight?
Yeah, I'm just saying, I think they're good. So I plan on them beating some good. I don't look at the Jaguars or the Bills and say, oh, boy, they're on a different level. I think the Patriots are just as good. Why can't they win that game? So I plan on them winning. Even if I see a quality opponent opposite me on the schedule, I plan on them winning one of those or 2 of those games. They're good. They have the MVP level type of quarterback that you want. That's the guy I expect. Not the guy from Denver or the Super Bowl. I don't expect that. I expect the guy from October. That's what I expect.
Drake May.
Okay, now we're going to find out. Okay? Don't screw it up. We're going to find it out.
Can I pose this question?
Yeah.
What's more likely? The Patriots going 6-0 through the first 6 games, 5-1 or 4-2? If you had to rank all 3 of those records from most likely to happen to least likely, 4-2. So which game do they lose? Seattle and Buffalo?
I would say I do not think that Drake May is going to have it all figured out in time. I think Seattle and the logo is going to rattle him. I think they lose that game. And typically the Super Bowl champion, I mean, how often do they lose that game? Didn't Kansas City lost that game a few years ago when they played, I think, Detroit? Typically that team is at a huge advantage. They win that game. So I'm going to say they're going to lose to Seattle and Jacksonville.
The other thing, too, that's interesting about the Patriots opening up against Seattle, I saw Reese. I had this article pulled up all day, and I think I just closed it. But Reese had in his Sunday notes column, which there's something else I want to get to. We can do that on the other side. But real quick on the schedule, there's only been, I think this is the 3rd time that the NFL has had the Super Bowl matchup open the season. Usually it's, the Super Bowl winner plays somebody else, not the person they just beat.
Yeah, it hasn't happened for what, 10 years? 2016?
Yeah, I think it was 2016. Yeah. It was Broncos, Panthers, right? Yeah. So, and it's only happened one other time. I think it was 1970. So the point that I'm bringing up is that's another motivation thing that Vrabel should be able to tap into and saying, hey, this should have been us. We should have been the team hosting Seattle, getting our ring tonight, and instead we didn't take care of business, and now we're on the road having to deal with this. So that could be another motivation factor that if Vrabel is the coach that we think he is, he should be able to use that as motivation for his guys.
All right, let's sneak a call in. Pat is in Franklin. Hey, Pat.
Mark,
hey.
I typically always agree with you, and good to talk to you in person. I think you have this Bills schedule nailed. I'm a Bills guy, and I look at that schedule, and I'm like, oh, God.
It's tough.
That's a tough. Those are multiple runs of, hard games in a row. I mean, they're going to have a new stadium that's going to help, but I'm with you, man. I think that Bills schedule is much tougher than the Patriots. And those strength of schedule records are pretty similar, but it's just a gauntlet.
It's a gauntlet.
Thanks. Well, thanks.
All right. Thanks for the call, Pat. And if it's a 2-horse race in the AFC East, which I think most of us think it will be, that's going to be that's going to factor in. Those 2 stretches where the Patriots gauntlet is more spread out, I think gives them a little bit of an advantage. Rich is in Lynn. Hey, Rich.
How you doing? You guys keep just overlooking the Steelers week 2. Drake May's worst performance as a pro, even worse than the Super Bowl in Denver, was against the Pittsburgh Steelers defense. T.J. Watt was wreaking havoc on the offensive line. Alex Highsmith and then Porter at corner. You guys had one of your worst games against that team. You guys keep acting like they didn't get better. They're already a better football team than the Patriots. And if you guys don't even see that, the Steelers are going to be one of the top teams in the AFC this year.
No, they're not.
How are they?
They're not going to be better. They've got Mike McCarthy. They've got Aaron Rodgers. They're not better. They're not going to be a top team. They're not. Okay? Drake May, the Patriots, that was a different team that faced that Steelers team at the beginning of last season. They should have won that game despite the fact they had 5 turnovers. They still should have won the game. They are not. That is a team, I don't care what improvements the Steelers, that's a team, that's a game the Patriots need to win. Should win, need to win. So anything could happen. It's the NFL. I understand that. But if you're looking at it on paper, you have to win that game. You should be expected to win that game if you're the Patriots.
There was also I'm pretty sure TJ Watt, I'm just trying to find some clips off, it just happened the call, but I'm pretty sure TJ Watt lined up the same side as Will Campbell, who's in his second professional game or third professional game at that point. So Campbell has another year under his belt. That's another person who has a lot to prove this year, I think. It's like, how does he look in year number 2?
Yeah. I
would wager that at least Will Campbell should look better against TJ Watt after having a year of professional football under his belt compared to his second game.
The line's better. May's going to be better, you would think. The defense is, I think, going to be just as good, and let's see what happens. Don't tell me that the Steelers, Mike McCarthy, out. No. Aaron Rodgers, give me a break. They're going down hard. 617-779-0985, Mark Dondero, Jake Seymour, 98.5, The Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
It was like they were in a video game. It was good. At the time, I enjoyed it.
So my introduction to the Red Hot Chili Peppers is because we had one of the rejoiners from them in the cycle.
Yeah.
So I used to listen to, obviously the station a lot, and I'd hear the rejoiner. I didn't know it was a Red Chili Peppers
Listen,
song.
that's fine if you're just not a pop culture guy. What do? You read?
I do sports. I read sports. I read the paper. I do like country music, so I'll do country music.
TV shows, Netflix.
I watched The Sopranos.
Yep.
That was like the last TV show I really got into. I guess I watched Landman, the first season of that on Paramount. That was a good show.
Okay.
I don't know if you've seen that, but it was good.
No, I didn't see that one.
It's about this guy. He's like he works on in Texas for an oil company. And he
Okay.
has to like manage all the different oil rigs. So it was a good watch. But I didn't finish.
Is that Netflix?
Paramount.
No, Paramount.
Yeah, but I didn't watch the second season.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm in need of a new show. If you have any new shows, especially on
Landman's
Netflix.
worth the watch.
Netflix. I like Netflix. I could do Paramount. I don't know if I have as easy access to that, but
I started watching Lincoln Lawyer on
yeah?
Netflix, but I got too busy. I didn't finish it.
So
But it was a good watch.
All right. Kenny G, I'll fire it up. Hey, Kenny G.
Hey, boss, how you doing? Let me get off this lawnmower. Hey, brother, you nailed it, but you letting him off that Pittsburgh fanboy off the hook. Let me explain something. First, it was 5 turnovers, boss. Second, let me tell you something. You don't forget, Pittsburgh, how you just made the playoffs off that fake kick. You're gonna bring that up with Mike, like you said, Mike McCarthy. Like, cut it out. Really, bro? Yes, please.
I appreciate that.
And you know what hey, catch the land. Yeah, do land, man. Right? Definitely do land, man. And keep doing what you do. You know, I love you, mean it, buddy.
I appreciate you, Kenny G. Good luck
Hey,
with
man,
the lawn.
all day, boss. Keep I love you, man.
All right. Back at you. Mike McCarthy, I just don't believe in him. Mike Tomlin was a great coach for the Steelers. You know, he probably contributed to some of the problems that the Patriots had. I think, Mike McCarthy would have been one of the last guys I would have entertained if I was trying to replace a Mike Tomlin, but I just feel like that's going to not do them any favors this year, and they're going to end up probably missing the playoffs.
I would agree with that. I also don't believe in Aaron Rodgers at this point.
That was going to be the question I asked you two. Do you have more belief in Mike McCarthy or Aaron Rodgers going into the season?
Aaron Rodgers.
Probably Rodgers.
I'm out on McCarthy. I don't like McCarthy. But I just think the division's going to be tough. I feel like Baltimore will get a little bit of a... I think, despite the fact I respect John Harbaugh, I think there's going to be a little bit of some juice there with him gone now and a new coach and Jackson. They're going to play a little free and think they'll play well. And I think the Bengals are going to come back too. You know, who they just traded for from the Giants? Dexter Lawrence?
Sexy Dexy.
So they're going to get a little bit of they gave up the pick, but they're going to get a little juice on the line. If Joe Burrow's healthy, they're going to be back. Cleveland. So I think it's going to be tough. I don't think the Steelers are going to make the playoffs.
I think injury talk is always so tedious for this business, but because it's like, yeah, obviously if everybody's healthy, they should be fine. But I actually do think it applies to the Cincinnati Bengals, because if Joe Burrow is able to stay on his feet and off an injury list, then yeah, I think that division has become that much tougher.
I don't think the Steelers are going to be a joke. I just, middle, like a few games under 500.
It's the middle ground of
7 and 10.
I think it was Rich Inland who said that, yeah, they're going to be one of the best teams in the NFL, versus where Kenny G is saying that they're a joke, and what you guys are saying about Mike McCarthy, it might be somewhere in the middle with them. But again, I think for what you just pointed out, Mark, Baltimore maybe getting a little bit of a bounce back. Maybe Lamar Jackson gets along better with this coach, and that franchise is just a dumpster fire. But the idea that Cincinnati is also going to be bouncing back and making things tougher, I think it's a good year for the Patriots to avoid the AFC North.
I mean, they have a bye week. This is just real quick, the Steelers. Then this is their stretch after their bye week. At Cincinnati, at Philadelphia, home versus Denver, home versus Houston, at Jacksonville, home versus Baltimore. That's a tough stretch. So
that is very
every
tough.
team has a tough stretch. But again, I don't expect the Steelers to be that good. Beating the good team is going to be harder. Was there anything else that Mike Reese talked about this morning you wanted to bring up?
So in his in Mike Reese's Sunday column, it's a great read. If you don't read it, you need to read it because it's very insightful. But his third note in his column this morning was free agent signee Romeo Doubs highlighted Matt Collins, Demario Pop Douglas, Kyle Williams, and Efton Chisholm as receivers who have helped him acclimate to the Patriots system through the first 4 weeks of voluntary offseason program. It caught the ear that Kayshon Boutte was not included as he has been working out away from the facility. That, to me, that's concerning because the Patriots are coming off a year where they achieved their expectations for what people thought they were going to be, got to the Super Bowl, and they lost. So you want the players to come back eager, hungry, excited to get going. And Kayshon Boutte is not at, again, I know they're voluntary, so it's the offseason. I want the players to have their time. But also, like, there comes a point where it's one of those things where, yeah, it's voluntary, but kind of not voluntary at the same time. Like, it doesn't look good if you're not there.
It's never a good idea to be missing those types of workouts. I don't think he's going to be on the team. And read me that.
You don't think he's going to be on the team?
I don't think he's going to be on the team.
Really?
No. I think
interesting.
A.J. Brown, I think, is going to be on the team, and I think they're going to have Dobbs. I think they're going to have Brown. I think they're going to have Hollins. I love the potential. I've loved the potential of Pop Douglas. I feel like they're going to have to get rid of one of those guys. There's just too many players. So I would say, based on this and him not being here, that maybe that's Kayshon Boutte. And I have respect for what Boutte's done here. I think he's been great for them. Came out of, seemingly nowhere to make himself an impact player. I like it, but I just don't think there's room for that many pass catchers. And the one thing that nobody's talking about that I think is going to be another huge part of this Patriots season, huge, is building off of what they did last year and seeing if they can get production from their rookies. And not just production, Jake. Can anybody become more than that? More than just a guy that can produce or start or play at the NFL level? Can you find a star? That's the missing piece. They had some nice production from their rookies last year. Did they have a star, though? I mean, Will Campbell, you can't say he's a star now. I mean, not after how it ended. I know he was hurt. Is Travion Henderson a star?
So this is what I was going to ask you. Is it more important for the Patriots to have Travion Henderson elevate to, say, that star level, or Will Campbell? Like, if you had to pick one of two players to only get to that next level, who is more important?
Will Campbell.
Will Campbell.
I want the lineman. I want the tackle to be a star.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll find another contributing running back. I don't even need Travion Henderson. It'd be great, but can you be James White? He was a good team player. I don't know if he was an NFL star. But
your team star.
Yeah, I'm looking for, can you get a guy, can one of these kids be not just a starter for you, a real impact player? Caleb Lomu, Gabe Akis. Can Eli Raridan come in and be somebody for you? Can he be a player for you? I would love, I know this is asking a hell of a lot. Could Eli Raridan come in and be Sam Laporta? I mean, that's asking a lot. But it's not like Laporta is the best tight end in the league.
Yeah.
He's really good on that team that has a lot of weapons, and I'm sure that helps him. Could he be something like that? Not the best player, not asking him to be the number one, but could he come in and contribute? Can I feel his presence? That's what I want.
Essentially, you just want the Patriots to create stars within their organization, within their team,
right,
and their model. The other thing I'll throw out there, too, is do you put any stock in Caleb Lomu getting reps at left tackle? Like, is that a potential that Will Campbell's going to get kicked inside somewhere?
I do put stock in that.
Yeah, I do, too. I thought that was interesting. I think Giardi wrote about that this week, that Lomu was getting reps at left tackle. So, to me, they're at least repping him there. Does that mean that Will Campbell's job's on the hot seat? No, not necessarily, I don't think. I think the Patriots do value Campbell there. I think right now it's probably going to be Campbell, Vera Tucker at left guard. Wilson's already pretty much guaranteed center spot.
Which I like.
Which I do like that too. And Onwenu at right guard, and then right tackle, probably Morgan Moses. Which is where I think Lomo needs to get into.
Ideally, you would have the two young kids, eventually be those two tackles. But no, Will Campbell shouldn't have a guaranteed job at left tackle. Not the way after the way it ended. Not that he played fine, but it's not like he was this all pro as a rookie. I think there should be some type of, especially when this kid Lomu was a first round pick. First round. Yeah. If he's played left tackle, you give him a look at left tackle and see what happens. Nobody's got a guaranteed position, especially not after getting hurt and playing the way they played in the playoffs.
So Lomu's arm length is almost an inch longer than Campbell's.
Yeah, but I mean, can he play? I want to see how he plays.
He's fast too.
Good. Let's see how he plays. But they need somebody to, because if they get a nothing burger out of this draft class, they're gonna have a really hard time this year. They can't just rely on what they've had.
Oh, you can't. They're gone are the days of missing on draft picks. The Patriots have put themselves into this position where they're an upper echelon team in the AFC. You can't miss on draft picks, especially first round picks.
Worst case scenario is they have to have what happened last year. Where it's guys that, okay, they're not star players necessarily, but they come in, they contribute, they're bona fide NFL starters, they can get on the field and make an impact.
But also, then if that happens, your last year class has to take a big sophomore jump. They can't just maintain what they were. That's what needs to happen. If your rookie class never, say, hits in year one and you don't know maybe what you have or they haven't elevated themselves as a rookie, that's okay as long as they do it in the second or third year.
You think Kyle Williams is going to take a sophomore jump?
That guy, I don't know.
See, I don't think at all. I have no confidence that will happen at all.
He just concerns me because he reminds me of guys that are just really fast and can catch the football. And
it's a good start.
And it is a good start, but what else can you provide?
Yeah.
And he was great at Wazoo. He was a great receiver there. I'm just concerned, like, he's 5'11", 190 pounds, not a big guy. Maybe they can turn him into something inside as a slot receiver, but
they already have Douglas. They've got
they got Douglas.
There. I mean, I don't know how many other guys.
So maybe if Kyle Williams, if he performs well at training camp and you like what you see from him, maybe that's the way you move off Pop Douglas.
I guess.
Just not that you maybe need anything to push that needle, but I don't know.
All right. 617-779-0985 if you want to jump in one more time here. We're going to go at the top of the hour, but we were going to bring up one other thing. Before we go, there was an article in the Globe about the best playoff situation in sports. Hockey, whatever it is, NBA, and we'll offer our take on that. Mark, Jake, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Boston's home for sports. 98.5 The Sports Hub.
1. What was number 2? I don't even remember. NFL? No. I'll look it up.
It was not NFL. Was it Major League Baseball?
Nah,
I just had it and I froze up.
No, I want to say it was like a World Cup or something international.
No, World Cup was at the bottom.
Was it?
Yeah, it was. I got it right here. It was number 1 was hockey.
Yeah, the NHL. I know that was 1.
Number 2 was the NCAA tournament.
That's right. So I disagree with her list. As a matter of fact, I think the NHL playoffs are overrated.
Really?
Okay, I do. I enjoy them. I think they're overrated, and I'll tell you why. Hockey is such a reactionary sport. Now, I'm not saying it's not gripping. It is. Third period, overtime. I love sudden death overtime. But what takes a little bit of juice away from it for me, it's such a reactionary sport. I enjoy seeing one man be put under intense pressure on a stage and in a moment where you know that the pressure is coming. It's about to build. A free throw, an end of the game shot, a quarterback that has to lead his team down the field, a kick that has to be made. You don't get that in the NHL playoffs because it's so reactionary. Hockey's so reactionary. But a field goal kicker lining up a kick, this is it. Win or lose, or a quarterback where you can't make a mistake. If you don't finish this drive, it's over. It's on you. Your legacy is at stake. There's really none of that in hockey where your one man's legacy is at stake based on what happens in this sequence right here. Maybe a goalie, sort of, but not really. It's too reactionary.
There's effective, it's not really a running clock, but there's no stoppage really in hockey like there is in these other sports.
Right.
Like in basketball, if a team is down 2 points, they're calling a timeout, and they're going to talk it over, and you're going to see the inbound play and the play develop. In football, it's going to be a series, right? And you don't have that in baseball too, the innings and batters. You don't have that in hockey. So that's, to me, like, I see where you're coming from. I still think playoff hockey is awesome.
Is it the best?
The reason why, to me, it's not the best is because I don't care about the regular season.
Okay.
And I want to take in the playoffs as a whole. That's why I put football as number 1.
NFL football?
I'll even put in college football.
No, they're different.
We can't slash these? Why?
No.
Okay, I'll do NFL.
Okay.
Then. I was going to say, but college football has the same... it's the same reasoning why I like both of them, is that the regular season matters a lot for the playoffs, and you're almost watching the playoffs for 9 continuous months, or however long the season is, but you're seeing it develop over the course of the whole season, not just in a 3-month period.
NFL's number 1.
NFL's definitely number 1.
After that, I'll give you Olympic hockey. That would be, if you're talking about, I don't know if that counts. Does that count? This doesn't count.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Forget that. I would say NFL number 1. March Madness is way down on my list. I don't think the level of play is high enough. I think it's just clunky college kids playing basketball. I don't think the level of play is high enough, and I certainly have the NBA playoffs over March Madness. Now, the NBA regular season's a joke, but the playoffs, I mean, the Final Four we're about to get, I think is going to be awesome. Thunder, Spurs, and either team will be fine, but if it was Knicks, Pistons, that's going to be an excellent matchup, and I can't wait to see how this all plays out. Baseball is always great. I enjoy it. So I would say, I think I'm going to go hockey. I'm going to go football, baseball, NBA. And then after that, I guess the NHL.
So I'd probably go NFL, NBA. I'll put college football as number 3, and then baseball. Even with the expanded format in college football, I do like seeing the teams get in there and the whole regular season.
Yeah, it's been
all that.
pretty good.
It's good. It was better with 4 teams. Some would argue. I like the 12-team format. Don't go past that. And then after baseball, I'd probably say NHL and soccer. I don't watch.
I'll put college football 5. I don't like the new playoff format. I liked it better when it was the BCS. I liked it better when you had one champion, and I liked it better when the regular season was a playoff. If you lost one game, your season was over.
Yep.
To the point of more significance within the regular season, and this is a total farce. It'll never happen. But do you guys believe if maybe we had fewer teams making the playoffs, especially in baseball, definitely basketball and hockey, that there might be more, I don't know, more attention paid? There might be like more urgency when it comes to these series, because as it turns out, I think we're going to end up with all the 1 seeds coming out in the NHL. I think a lot of people would have said that the Spurs, the Thunder, the Pistons most likely would be the final 4 teams remaining. It just feels like there's a lot of extra teams, right? And I mean, the NBA is doing it with the play-ins also. They try to make the play-in tournaments for your 11 seed teams like they matter. If we start lopping off teams in baseball, we don't need multiple wild card teams. Do you think that would help boost the watchability of some of these early playoff rounds? It might make it more interesting.
No, what I would do is if I was really going to try to fix things, I would shorten the regular seasons.
I love that too. I love that too.
I don't think I don't mind the I don't want. Here's what I don't want in the NBA, whatever it is, and I don't know if it happens. If there's ever a situation where a team with a losing record can make the playoffs, eliminate that. That should never happen.
I mean, you get the play-in then. If one of these 10, 11
you can't. No, then get rid of it. That should never be. Even in the NFL, if you don't make, I would have a rule. I don't give a rip about the divisions. If you're not above 500, you are removed.
I like this rule.
And you take somebody else and put them in. I don't care what your division is. You can say you won the division, but you don't get in the playoffs if you're under 500.
Well, then at that point, I mean, we're basically wiping out what the meaning of being in a division means, and even borderline. And look, I agree with you. I think it's I don't. Nobody needed to see Golden State play 2 play-in games to know they weren't that good. Nobody.
Yeah, I mean, it gave you a couple extra chances to watch Curry.
It's an absolute waste of time.
I don't disagree with you. But I cannot stand a team under 500.
So, and I think there's been calls for that, especially with football and these teams like hosting, like an NFC South team that goes 8-9 and hosts a team. Like I think the Panthers did. I think that's exactly what.
Yeah, that is what happened. I was gonna say, like, for your point with the 500 record, I like it in basketball with the play-in tournament. The play-in tournament shouldn't be a thing unless if all 10 teams are above 500. It really shouldn't be.
You can't be under 500 and compete for a playoff spot.
Or maybe
professional sports.
If the 9th seed's above 500 and the 10th beneath it, you have 7, 8, 9 compete, and the 7th seed gets first, like whatever it is. But the teams below 500 competing for a play-in tournament, give me a break. Come on.
And I don't like it in the NFL. I don't want a 7-9 or whatever it was then. 8-9 team making the playoffs. No.
I think it's easier to sell to a casual fan too. Like these are the best teams, and this is why it's important to watch them, as opposed to, well, hey, here's this plucky little upstart that nobody thought of. Like those are nice and everything, but they're few and far between. But yeah, they're talking about. I think they're adding more teams to the NCAA basketball. I
yes,
they're adding more teams.
Yeah, see, they're going the
bad
opposite
idea.
From where it's a bad idea.
We are.
No, I don't. I would definitely go back to the 6. I like 6 teams in the NFL playoffs better. Both teams get a bye. That was what I was more interested in than anything else. Great summer track for me.
We'll go out the way we came.
Yeah. I listened to this one up and down the coast. What coast? I made that up. I don't even know what I mean.
Up and down the
I listened to this so
Yarmouth.
much. Yeah, back in the day. It was a great track. A little of that DJ, that scratching. All right, pleasure being with you, Jay.
Dondero, thanks, man. Appreciate
Awesome.
it. Garvin, thank you.
Great job, man. As always, right, thanks. Coming up next, the Silver Fox. Sean. All right, we'll see you. Mark Dondero, Jake Seymour, 98.5 The Sports Hub.